House will come back to order. House will come back to order. Mr. Clerk, would you ring the bell? Clerk will read the caption to a group of privileged resolutions.
Commending the Honorable Justice Keith R. Blackwell. Recognizing and commending Professor Carlos B. Brown. Congratulating and commending April Holm for receiving the 2020 Yellow Rose Nikki T. Randall Service Leader Award. Commending Central State University Chorus. And for other purposes, that completes the reading of the privileged resolutions.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the privilege resolutions? The chair hears none, and the resolutions are adopted. We're about to go back to the rules calendar. Before we do, though, I just want to share a thought with y'all. Just me. You know, we've had a very, very busy and tumultuous kind of day. But it sure is reassuring that you can always count on some things to stay the same. The Georgia State Senate has long gone home for the day. So, I don't have the words. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill.
House Bill 958 by Representative Sessler of the 35th to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 5 of Title 49 of the Fiscal Code of Georgia and State relating to children and youth services so as to provide for registration of maternity supportive housing residences. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Juvenile Justice. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Setzler to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I bring before you today House Bill 958. I know there's a lot of work to be done tonight, so glad to take questions if there are any. But in essence, what HB 958 does is it recognizes that for nonprofit entities that want to provide places to live for mothers of newborns that are over the age of 18, the state of Georgia should not be heavily involved from a regulatory perspective. There are many residence types that deal with minors, people under the age of 18, or there are other residences that take significant public funds. But for facilities, houses that could be in our neighborhoods and in our communities that don't take public funds, they're sponsored by nonprofits and churches that simply give a place to live for mothers in this fragile time of life. The state of Georgia, many would argue, shouldn't have any involvement whatsoever from a regulatory perspective. What HB 958 does is it puts a very, very light touch. It simply requires that for any entity, church or nonprofit that wants to give a home for a pregnant mother or a mother of a newborn to live, they simply have to pay a $25 registration fee and notify that they're running such a facility. And they can then self-certify that there's adequate insurance and that they meet code. Very, very simple. Our goal is to make sure that people and nonprofits that provide these kinds of facilities aren't unduly connected with maternity homes or other group homes that receive public funding or that house minors. So this is, again, age 18 and older, and provides a very, very, very light touch to make sure there's no confusion that these are other kinds of facilities. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd be glad to take questions.
You have several questions. Do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes Chairman Silcox to your right for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true that this will provide mothers and babies a place to stay when they have nowhere to go?
It really does. This allows nonprofits to furnish a place to live for women in this, what can be a very difficult time in life financially, until their kids get old enough they can get on their feet financially. It brings resources from civil society and for the nonprofit sector to fulfill this very important need. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing the bill.
Do you further yield?
I'll yield for 2 more, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative McLaurin to your right for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Mr. Chairman, would you agree that lines 42 to 45 of this bill create a preemption on a local government's ability to zone these residences in a way that wouldn't be applicable to a single-family home?
Actually, I appreciate the question. It's something that I think it's important to address. We were very careful. What this bill does do is it imposes one thing and only one thing on local government's prerogatives. So it has nothing to do with the physical makeup of the home. It has nothing to do with parking. It has nothing to do with density. All this does is for purposes of occupancy. It allows these residences, if you have 3 or 4 women living in a residence, for example, the host family, it allows that family to be treated for occupancy purposes the same as any other single family would. So that these aren't treated as institutions. It doesn't create some separate land use. It simply provides clarity that they would be able to occupy a single family home as any other single family might, so that the purposes of providing this free or low cost housing can be effectuated. That's all it does to local governments. In fact, an amendment was even added in committee to make sure that's all that it does.
Does the chairman yield for one more question?
One more question, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Has anyone working on this bill given any thought to a potential problem under the Federal Fair Housing Act with regard to deliberate treatment of one
Yes.
protected class of individuals opposed to others?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. His question is about the Fair Housing Act. I've had conversations with the local government representatives and attorneys about that exact issue. If you think about protected classes have to have a historic link to their status. There has to be specific legislative action. If you look at this, there are many circumstances in which a benefit is extended to a class of persons. In this case, if protected classes were looked at from the context of medical dependency, when a benefit is added, there's no history, either at state or the federal level, for that to sort of break its bounds. Courts recognize that legislatures can provide benefits to certain classes of people, but that needs to be clearly defined, and I think we've done that here. It's only those circumstances when rights are taken away from protected classes that there become court issues that become hard to anticipate. So this bill, to your point, is able to be very clear, much like senior housing. Senior housing can have a different status that gives some benefits to seniors that might not give the overall population, because you're extending a benefit to a class. This extends a benefit to a class that's not available to the broader population, and because of that, there's really no potential for this to have unintended consequences in the way some have asked.
I'm out of questions. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Did you say you'd yield for one more or no?
I'll yield for one more, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Glanton to your right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that I serve on the board of directors for a second chance home for teenage mothers 17 years of age and younger?
I believe that to be the case. Yes, sir.
Is it also not true that I serve on the board of directors for a transitional living home for teenage mothers 18 to 24?
I also believe that to be true. Yes, sir.
And is it further not true that this bill only applies to private homes that provide homes for pregnant moms, but do not impact the public-funded transitional homes and second chance homes? Is it not true?
That's correct. What this bill does is nonprofits like churches can provide a home for women to live in, and doesn't take public dollars, and doesn't house minors like one of the facilities you're talking about does. It's only adults and doesn't take public dollars. And for that reason, we think this light touch of simple registration is all that's appropriate.
And thank you so much, and thank you to the gentleman for bringing this bill.
Mr. Speaker, appreciate the time to present this, and with that, I yield the will.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. We have a minority report on the bill. Under the rules of the House, the minority report will have 20 minutes total. Chair recognizes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am going to yield the balance of my time to Representative Josh McLaurin.
Lady has that right. Chair recognizes Representative McLaurin for the minority report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I intend to be very brief. I'm glad I was able to engage the chairman on just a couple points of law. And at the risk of this being too dry, there are just some concerns about whether this makes any sense or works. So under the Georgia Constitution, the only ability that the state has to regulate zoning practices is procedure, as opposed to the substance of zoning regulations, right? So you can basically regulate how a local government's process with respect to zoning proceeds, you know, what types of notice, that sort of thing, but you can't tell a local government you have to zone a certain type of property this way. That is a fundamental home rule power that local governments have under the Constitution. And I'm pretty sure that this runs afoul of that, but again, every member can make that judgment for themselves. The only other issue I'll bring up is that the Fair Housing Act, there's this question about benefits versus costs or burdens on protected classes. This is not really, as far as I understand it, and I disagree with the chairman about whether it's a traditional protected class analysis regarding like equal protection. The protected classes are laid out in the Fair Housing Act, and there's a certain categories. One is disability, one is race, national origin, right? And so family status is one of them. And so what this bill on its face does is it deliberately treats one type of class, a family status of these new mothers, differently than it treats other classes. The worry, I think, and is in contradiction to what Mr. Chairman said, is, at least from my view, it's not that the mothers will sue under the Fair Housing Act. It's that the groups that are not represented in the bill who are not getting this special benefit could claim to be discriminated against. And I checked with ACCG, who maintains that they have concerns. They told me that they have concerns about the bill in this regard, is that maybe one of those groups goes to federal court and says, well, if you're going to give new mothers this benefit, that they're exempt from these certain zoning regulations, you've got to do the same thing for us. So, you'll hear, if I get a chance to speak again on a different bill today, it's not sometimes about these values debates. It's about whether this really works for local government or not. And I think this is a bill where we have to be concerned about what it does to local governments in the way of maybe forcing them to zone property in a way that they're not prepared to do for different groups that are not contemplated by the bill. So if you're on the fence about this, I would encourage you to consider those consequences when you make your vote. I'm going to yield the remainder of this time to Vice Chair Thomas.
Vice Chair Thomas is recognized for the balance of the minority report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to speak to a couple of things. One thing is saying that this is a simple bill, and I would love to say that it is, but it's not really simple to me. You have something on your desk that said that by passing HB 958, it would allow organizations to open up these maternity homes without needless oversight. Needless oversight. Smoke detectors, carbon monoxide alarms, medical kits, is that needless oversight? If we really care about our pregnant women and their children, then I would like to say that we do need oversight, that they deserve to have the local regulations in place to protect them. And like my colleague just said, the counties do have concerns. The ACCG does have concerns with line 42 through 45. And if my county has a concern, and they're bringing it to me, and your counties have a concern, then I think we need to listen to our locals on this matter. I do believe that this body does believe in local control. I believe in local control. So if the ACCG has concerns that opens us up to lawsuits with the Federal Fair Housing Act, then we need to listen to them and not listen to things that are put on our desks that say needless oversight. Because our pregnant women and their children deserve to have these regulations. They deserve to have the oversight that protects them. I yield the well.
Lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of House Bill 958 will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative Cannon rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that we just voted to cut upwards of $728,000 out of the Department of Human Services, and they are implicated by this bill?
That, I think, is a decision each and every member is going to need to make on their own.
Further inquiry.
What purpose does Representative Lopez Romero rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that the Georgia statute does require the department to regulate and do oversight of maternity homes, but yet in line 38 of this bill, it excludes the maternity supporting houses from that same said regulation?
If the lady has construed it in that manner, I'm sure she believes that to be correct. What purpose does Chairman Setzler rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
State
Speaker.
your inquiry.
Isn't it true to the lady's question, the Department of Human Services supports this bill? They've come to me in the hallway and say we support the measure.
If the gentleman so states.
And Mr. Speaker, further parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it further true that the very purpose of this bill is because we're dealing with adults that are choosing to live in a privately held residence, the department recognizes it's beyond the stretch of their regulatory duties, and this is an appropriate bill to serve people?
If the gentleman so states, I'm sure he believes that to be true. What purpose does Representative Beasley Teague rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that in this county of Fulton County, in certain cities, that we have homes where in the city we can only have so many people live in a dwelling? We can start in North Fulton, and we have a few in South Fulton. So wouldn't this cause a problem for us?
If the lady so states, I'm sure that she sincerely believes that to be true.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
I sold real estate for 20 years, sir. In some of the homes that we've built in North Fulton, I know for sure that the cities have definite requirements, and they won't even allow people to buy the homes unless they count the number of people gonna move in them. So wouldn't that cause a problem for the agents?
Well, I think here again, I think that's going to address itself to the judgment of each member. What purpose does Representative Holly rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that while it's very well-meaning to have nonprofit organizations and church organizations to be able to participate in the care for women with children, that this bill, because it preempts local regulation and having local communities to be able to have a true say in this, that what this really is a weak attempt to try to be similar to the Office of Faith-Based and Community Initiative that was directed under President Bush and later carried under President Obama.
if the gentleman so states. All right. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 958. The ayes are 99, the nays are 62. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 912.
House Bill 912 by Representative Reeves, the 34th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 49 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to programs and protection for children and youth, so to authorize foster parents to arrange for short-term babysitting. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Representative Reeves to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Y'all, I love this bill. This is my favorite bill of the session. This is the brainchild of our DFACS director, Tom Rawlings, and this is just a great common sense bill that is going to be a huge help to our foster parents across the state. I'm going to explain the bill by way of hypothetical. If my wife and I hypothetically were foster parents, and let's say we had a foster child, and so we have our two boys, Charlie and Albert, and we had a foster child, and we were going to go out of town for the weekend, just the two of us, we would take our boys up to Kennesaw to my mom and dad's house and drop them off with their grandparents. But then we would have to take the foster child to another house, to somebody that in all likelihood would be a stranger, somebody that is a DFACS approved respite keeper. This bill allows some common sense reform for our foster parents to be able to leave the foster child with a babysitter of their choice, using their trust and their judgment for up to 72 hours. So think about it as like a weekend getaway, ability for our foster parents to do that without having to go through the bureaucracy and the thick red tape that is involved with what they currently have to do in order to have somebody watch their foster child. This is going to improve the quality of life for our foster parents. It's better for the child. It's a way that we can help retain our foster parents and empower them and trust them and free them of some of the bureaucracy that frustrates our foster parents so much that they want to turn from being foster parent and not do it anymore because there's just too much bureaucracy to deal with. Mr. Speaker, I know that we have a lot to do tonight, and I am going to yield the will.
You have a question if you care to yield. He does not yield. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the passage of House Bill 912. The ayes are 163. The nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1090.
House Bill 1090 by Representative Silcox, the 52nd, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 34 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to the general provisions regarding labor and industrial relations, still as revised provisions regarding employers' obligation to provide break time for an employee to express breast milk. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Chairman Silcox to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I bring to you this evening House Bill 1090, and this bill will ask for employers, when it is reasonable, to provide a place, a private location in the place of employment, other than a bathroom stall, where it would be convenient for a woman to breastfeed her baby or to at least pump breast milk for her baby. And this is, I think, a great step for Georgia because, as we know, the baby receives superior nutrition when they receive the breast milk over regular formula. So I would encourage you to vote favorably in favor of this bill, and I will yield if there are any questions.
You have no questions. You do have a question. I'm sorry.
Right.
Do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes Chairman Cooper to your right for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The lady will yield.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The state has made breastfeeding stations available here in the Capitol and over in the Sloppy Floyd. And so is this not true that the bill is a win for mothers and babies across Georgia and that this House has tried to lead by our example?
Absolutely. I think this will improve the nutrition of babies all over Georgia, and so we'll have healthier, smarter, better citizens.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Appreciate the bill.
I'll yield the well.
Lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of House Bill 1090 will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of House Bill 1090, the ayes are 145, the nays are 16. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 865.
House Bill 865 by Representative Scoggins, the 14th, being entitled an act to amend Title 53 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to wills, trusts, and administration of estates. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Chair recognizes Representative Scoggins to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr.
Just a
Speaker.
minute, just a minute, Representative. All right, the noise level getting a little too high in here. Now, The representative knows a little bit about this subject matter, and I want to hear his presentation. There's nothing I'd rather hear at 8 o'clock tonight than a bill about wills, trust, and administration of estates. Please do keep the noise down. Gentlemen may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is only 109 pages long, and so I plan on reading every page if that's okay. Okay, this is a code revision for Title 53, which is the probate code for the state of Georgia. It hadn't been updated since 1998, and just in the essence of the time, I'm going to open up for questions if there's any questions.
I was just settling in up here. You do not appear to have any questions. I knew you knew this area.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of House Bill 865 will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of House Bill 865, the ayes are 150. The nays are 12. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 886.
House Bill 886 by Representative Welch of the 110th, being entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 11 and Title 4 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated, relating the general provisions regarding animal protection. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Welch to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I went to the Agricultural Committee, I told the Chairman Tom McCall, I said, Mr. Chairman, in my 10 years of service in the General Assembly, there was one thing that I have not been able to do before I decided to retire, and it is on my bucket list of things to do, and that was to pass a bill out of the Agricultural Committee of this House. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your support in that. You know how it's been raining cats and dogs over the last month? Well, this is about cats and dogs, your lovable pets, and this is about a non-mandatory but a permissive way for all of us to register our chips that we place in the pets at a central database with the veterinarian board, and that way you can find your pet if it is lost or stolen. And that is simply what the bill will do, and I would appreciate your favorable consideration for the measure, and I'll take any questions, Mr. Speaker.
You do have questions if you care to take them.
I'll take a few.
Chair recognizes Chairman Cantrell to your left for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Chairman Welch, is it not true that this bill will help get pets returned to their rightful owners if they're either lost or stolen?
That is correct.
It's a good bill. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Do you further yield?
Your Honor.
That's okay.
I'm trying to get back in the habit, you see, in my practice. I'll take one more question, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Henson to your left for a question.
Thank you. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Thank you. I have a lot of concern about some of the language in this bill. In the past, I have fostered dogs, which a lot of us did with the King Charles Cavalier Club, or the Cavalier King Charles Club. I have taken them to the vet.
Yes.
They have been microchipped, as we all were prone to microchip our dogs. I would have law enforcement after me in 24 hours, as this bill is currently written. Isn't that true?
That is not true. In fact, there's a provision here for no liability for Good Samaritans. It's on lines, let's see how, 63, 64, 65. Mr. Speaker, I will take any more questions at my desk, and I appreciate your favorable consideration of this very fine measure.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of House Bill 886, the ayes are 147, the nays are 16. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 821.
House Bill 821 by Representative Buckner, the 137th, being entitled an act to amend Title 47 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to retirement and pensions so as to remove the prohibition of granting post-retirement benefits adjustments to any individual who became a member on or after July 1st, 2009. This bill having referred to the Committee on Retirement, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Representative Saines to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 821 is a work of bipartisanness, and I appreciate Representative Buckner's work and Chairman Green's work on this. It addresses the judicial retirement system, the employee retirement system, and the legislative retirement system. It takes away the prohibition for the Board of Trustees to grant COLA to those members after 2009, those who've gone into the system after 2009. Currently, the Board of Trustees do not have the authority to do that. This ensures, we say, that the fiduciary responsibility is with them in ensuring that they're able to do so, and gives parity to all other systems. I yield for one question if there is.
You have no questions?
Thank you.
Gentleman has yielded the well. We had members that want to speak on the issue. Chair recognizes Representative Buckner to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been a pleasure to work with Representative Sands on this. Basically, this was a bill that will bring parity to all of the state retirees' plans. It will eliminate the prohibition to allow COLAs. It will not mandate them. It just allows it, and this will make it an even playing field between all of them. I appreciate your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Chairman Martin to speak to the bill.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I try not to come and disagree with a colleague, and I know they mean well, but I want to point out something to you about this measure. This measure changes state law so that cost of living adjustments that were specifically put into defined benefit pension plans, and they were specifically omitted. In 2009, there was a new plan put in called the hybrid plan for our employees in Georgia. We were talking about equity. We were trying to get out of the defined benefits business, and so there was a hybrid plan put in so that employees have access to that. And we're abiding by that contract. Today, if we pass this bill, and we'll do it, if we do it and say it costs nothing until a COLA is prescribed to this new set of employees. But make no mistake, that costs money. Each of the last years during budget time when we have sent COLAs in the lieu of a 13th check, or in the appearance of a 13th check, last year that cost almost $60 million that we pay a little bit this year and something for the next 24 years. So make no mistake, in a time when we talked about earlier this week that we had corrections officers in the juvenile justice system that were starting at less than $30,000 a year, and this House, under the leadership of this Speaker, moved to change that. Continued changes to defined benefit plans over and above what we can afford for our employees today is simply unfair for us to promise and push the expense out on future legislators. Look at Section 1. It says they are now eligible for a COLA when specifically prior legislatures have adopted plans and it was not available. Look at Section 2. It says the Georgia legislative, your retirement plan, you will vote for this, will give you a benefit of a COLA that you're not allowed under law today. Listen to me, there's a lot going on. You're about to vote to give yourself a cost of living adjustment that in law you do not have today. And yet we have juvenile justice officers that we're struggling to help them get a wage so that we don't have almost 200% turnover. And then we're going to do it for our judicial system. Nobody appreciates that more than I do. But when they retire after 16 or 17 years, the average retirement is $5,900 a month. Sometimes they retire at up to $117,000 a year after 17 years of service. I appreciate what they do, but I have a hard time changing the law in a defined benefit contract system and giving them more when we have corrections officers in our juvenile justice system starting at less than $30,000 a year and have a almost 200% turnover rate. I appreciate all state employees. We need to first honor the promises that we have made to the ones that are out there under these constitutional plans, under these defined benefit plans, before we make other promises and take money that we could use in our budget today. Mr. Speaker, with that, I ask you to stand today and not vote in favor of this so that we can work on all of our systems and get to defined benefit retirement systems that this state can afford so that we don't put cost on future generations of Georgia. If there are questions, I'll take them, Mr. Speaker.
You yield for questions?
I do.
Chair recognizes Let's see, Representative Buckner to your left for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
Is the gentleman aware that the GSEPS program is a defined contribution and a defined benefit half and half plan?
I am.
Is he also aware that there's been no COLA for the ERS retirees for 11 years and that the Board of Trustees has done an extremely good job of taking care of the money for the ERS system and has not cost this general budget for COLAs because they haven't given them, and that we are putting in the hands with this bill the opportunity to give a COLA when they think it is appropriate and prudent?
The gentleman is aware of all of those
I'm not a
things. The gentleman, you asked the question, the gentleman is aware of all those things. The gentleman is further aware that over the recent years when we have provided them the opportunity and told them to give the COLA if it was available, they did not, and instead in many cases offered a quote unquote 13th check that was not handed out equally to our retirees. And I'm talking about the ERS system, not the hybrid plan. And each time that's done, we have on occasion sent 1 year's worth of payment to that, and we have financed the rest of that over 24 years, putting those future requirements on future General Assemblies and your sons and daughters and granddaughters, and we're still not paying our juvenile justice officers.
Does the gentleman still
Certainly.
yell? This bill covers GSEPs, and it has no retirees yet. We have not done anything to fund any retirement for GSEPs.
You asked about both, did you not? Perhaps I didn't hear you.
This bill covers GSEPs,
I understand.
and GSEPs has had no retirees, so the general fund has not paid for any COLAs or any retirement for anybody in the GSEPs plan. It's not old enough for anybody to have retired from that plan. And is it not true, when we put GSEPs in, we promised to increase the salaries of the state employees, which we have not done? And is it not further true that it is used as a retainment tool, and we have some job classes that have close to 100% turnover rate, and we have only 17 out of every 100 state employees on the GSEPs plan that works until vesting?
Yes, ma'am. If there's a question in there, I'll try to answer.
Is it not true?
Yes, ma'am. What is also true, I thank the lady for her question, because she's right. If we did not continue to make promises to defined benefit plans that we spend and finance over 25 years, it is this individual's belief we would have more money to pay people for the job they're doing today and not tie their hands so that they had to stay 10 years to be vested.
Does the gentleman yield for a
Certainly.
final question? That's what we thought too when GSEPs was put in, but the auditor has said it has not lived up to the cost savings. It has not lived up to the interest of the employees. It has not been a tool to cause job retention. Is that not true?
If you have that opinion, I'll respect your opinion. My opinion,
It's an auditor's report, sir.
my opinion is that the auditor that I spoke to today says that defined benefit plans, when we finance things over 25 years, and make no mistake, when we make this change, it'll be amortized in a closed amortization over 25 years, and it will cost more. And when we spend money in those areas, we won't have money to pay people what they're worth today. Mr. Speaker, without further ado, I just want to remind you, if you vote for this, you're voting for yourself a COLA when you don't have one in law today, and you're voting for a COLA for our judicial system, which I really appreciate, but for folks that retire on as much as $117,000 a year already, and a 3% COLA would be a little over $4,000 for them. I think, Mr. Speaker, if there's one more question, I'll take it.
There's not one more.
Thank you very much. I yield it. I'm sorry.
Gentleman has yielded the well.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative Saines rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that this doesn't create a new benefit, that no person in this room receives anything that by voting for this bill? It allows all retirement systems parity to make the decision as Board of Trustees for their own systems if there is funds to do so.
If the gentleman so states, I'm sure he believes that to be true. What purpose does Representative McLeod rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
If the objection is the juvenile justice pay, officers' pay, why don't we take by the $2.5 million that we've put in private prisons?
I'm not sure that's a question, but what purpose does Representative Mary Frances Williams rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that these COLAs will only be granted if the funds are made available in the budget? This is only is it not true that this bill only creates the opportunity for COLAs to be offered to these systems, but the COLAs will not be granted if the money is not appropriated?
If the lady so states, I'm sure she believes that to be true. What purpose does Chairman Taylor rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that 10 years ago, Southwestern State Hospital was closed down and nearly 600 employees were retired, not by choice, but by the decisions made, and they have had no increase in their retirement in the last 10 years?
If the lady so states, I'm sure she believes that to be true. All right, all those in favor are voting aye. Those opposed are voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of House Bill 821, the ayes are 92, the nays are 66. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. What purpose does Chairman Martin rise?
I move for reconsideration of the question.
The issue would be immediately put to the body. The question before the body is whether the House will reconsider its action in giving passage to House Bill 821. All those voting in favor of reconsideration will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the motion. The ayes are 67, the nays are 91. This House has failed to reconsider its action in giving a constitutional majority to House Bill 821. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1046.
This one's ready.
Huh? House Bill 1046 is on the most recent supplemental calendar.
House Bill 1046 by Representative Howard of the 124th, be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 8 of Chapter 1 of Title 10 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated, relating to petroleum products, so as to provide for assistance to individuals with disabilities at self-service gas stations. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Howard to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I bring to you House Bill 1046, And in this bill, it would require every gasoline station which sells gasoline on a self-service basis to require the attendant or an attendant employed by the station to come out and dispense gas to a person with a disability. I don't have to tell you where this bill came from, but I'll share with you some of the things that happened that that sort of jarred my thoughts on why we should have this. First of all, I ran into the problem myself as a person with a disability, and I began to talk to other military folk and elderly and folk with disabilities and learned that this was not just my problem, this was a problem for many other folk with disabilities. And I think if you think about it yourselves, you would think about your parents or grandparents who may be may not be mobile or may have some disabilities that they may need assistance at the pump. So this bill would require those stations to offer assistance to that person that may be in need. And without going into all the details of it, the bill is right there in front of us. I think it has a lot, some of the details that would require, that would make this work for the stations across the state. And I would welcome or would ask you to support us on this bill. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
You have a few questions if you care to yield.
I will.
Chair recognizes Representative Bentley to your left for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Is it not true that my husband, too, is in a wheelchair from a car accident happened May 3rd, 2018?
I believe the lady knows what she speaks.
Is it not further true that I have to drive him wherever he needs to go, and he served, was a patient at the Shepherd Center here in Atlanta and will be returning April 27th. And part of his training and physical therapy at the Shepherd Center is to get him to a position where he can be independent and be able to drive his vehicle on his own one day and be able to pump his own gas or have the assistance of getting his gas pumped. Is that not true, sir?
I believe that to be true.
And is it not further true that I shared all that information to inform my colleagues in this House that I greatly support your work on this bill, and I will be voting yes for House Bill 1046.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you further yield?
Yes.
Chair recognizes Chairman Lynn Smith to your right for a question.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yield.
Yes.
I just want to take this time, is it not true, to thank you and to tell you that I admire you for taking this position and bringing it before our body, and I hope you get a unanimous vote. Is that not true?
That is true. Thank you.
Do you further yield?
Mr. Speaker, I think everybody knows, understands this bill pretty clearly, and if with that being said, I would yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of House Bill 1046 will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? What purpose does Chairman Nix rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, while I sympathize with the position here, if I have a service station and it's 2 o'clock in the morning and somebody comes up that is disabled and I'm the only person there and I can't go outside, would the Americans with Disabilities Act allow me to be sued because I did not do that?
Well, I think we need to have a lawyer that's actually read all of the bill answer that for you, unless it's Chairman Hatchett. He stayed at a Holiday Inn last night.
That's close enough, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
What purpose does Chairman Cooper rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was trying to clarify the question from the last gentleman. Parliamentary inquiry, sorry.
Parliamentary inquiry? State your inquiry.
Is it not true that the bill states that this applies only when there are 2 people available that are already working? It doesn't apply if there's only 1 person working in the station.
I'm being told that that's the case. All right, let's go ahead and vote. Well, what purpose does Representative Donahue rise?
Parliamentary.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that we have so many people that have handicap stickers that aren't handicapped, and they take advantage basically of people that are handicapped that have to park further away?
I would agree that there are those who abuse that privilege or that ability. Okay, all those in favor are voting aye. Those opposed are voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? What purpose does Representative Beasley Teague rise?
Mr. Speaker, if a person has, is it not true, if a person has a handicap sticker and their doctor has provided for them the information that they need to get it, that you can't look at a person and tell whether or not they're handicapped? Is it not true, sir?
I would certainly agree with that. Have all members now voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 1046. The ayes are 142, the nays are 16. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1125.
House Bill 1125 by Representative Kelly, the 16th, being entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 1 to Title 31 and Article 1 of Chapter 18 to Title 45, the official code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions relating to health and state employees, health insurance, and health plans. This bill then referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes the Majority Caucus Whip, Representative Kelly, to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I come before you tonight with House Bill 1125. Now, even before most of us were elected, we had people coming to us with ideas for legislation. I'm sure it's something that every one of us has experienced. When we walk around these halls, we're constantly given ideas for legislation. Some legislation, like the one that we just saw, comes from personal experiences that we've had. But I feel the best ideas come that are inspired by our constituents back home, and that's what House Bill 1125 does. This legislation was brought to me by a brave young lady named Lacey Robertson. Lacey, at a young age, was diagnosed with breast cancer. She's a teacher in our public school system and on our state health benefit plan. And even though Lacey, based on family history, would be considered high risk, she still was not able to obtain a mammogram because she was younger than 35. And so simply what House Bill 1125 does is it recognizes that for individuals 30 to 35 who have been defined as high risk based on recommendations from oncologists and the American Cancer Society, that our state health benefit plan will provide for an annual mammogram, an MRI, or other diagnostic study as ordered by the physician. Mr. Speaker, when Lacey brought this idea to me, she said, I know I'm going through a bad circumstance, but she was determined not to let it define her. She wanted to use her situation as a way to better the lives of others. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to name this legislation Lacey's Law. Now, Mr. Speaker and members of the House, I'm also proud to have Lacey and her family with us in the gallery, and I just want to take this opportunity to thank her for not only inspiring me on this legislation, but using this circumstance in her life to make a difference in the lives of Georgians all across the state. Mr. Speaker, I'll be glad to answer any questions if we have any.
Do you yield for questions?
I will yield.
Chair recognizes Chairman Cooper to your right for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Is this not just one more example of a bill this House can be so proud of because we have made a commitment to helping women all over this state? We have passed and added money in the budget to the tune of $19 million to fight maternal mortality and to add breastfeeding. We have passed a bill, another bill that expanded the issue about dense breast tissue last year. And since older women live longer than men, we have passed a really great bill to make it safer for elderly women in assisted living facilities. So this House deserves, and the members of this chamber deserve, a great big clap on the back for what we're doing for women across Georgia. Is that not true?
Well, certainly the chair lady knows of what she speaks, and I want to first thank you for your hard work perfecting this legislation with me and your committee, and also just for the years of dedication you've shown not only to improving the health of women across our state, but of Georgians all across our state. Thank you.
No, one more, yield for another one?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to take this opportunity to thank Lacey for bringing this to you and for you to carrying through and getting it to the floor, even at this last time, and to letting it presenting to us for a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Do you further yield?
I'll yield for one more, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Chairman Silcox to your right for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I certainly would.
I just noticed that you have a great improvement in this substitute, and that is that the department is going to collect non-identifying data to see that, that those under the health insurance plan that receive this benefit, to track it. And this will, of course, ideally, I'm hoping, will create a new permanent benefit by tracking this. Is that not true?
That's absolutely true, and that was certainly something that you helped raise the issue of in committee, and I want to thank you for that. I think adding reporting requirement back to our department will help make this bill grow even stronger in the years past, and I want to tell you thank you for that.
I think it will really save lives. Thank you for bringing the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, I know the hour is going late, but this is an important measure. And again, I want to take the opportunity to thank Lacey for being here with us and for inspiring this measure. And Mr. Speaker, I would ask for this House's favorable consideration. Thank you.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which was favorable to the passage of the bill. The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. What purpose does Representative Cannon rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that this bill could also help women ages 26 through 30 who are at risk, but instead it does not?
I would defer to the author on that. I haven't read the latest version, but I'm sure he would be happy to have a discussion with you about that. What purpose does Representative Kelly rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, we certainly want to help as many individuals as our state as possible, and our goal will be certainly to expand that in the upcoming years, but we felt like starting at age 30, that was a recommendation based from some of our conversations with oncologists and nurse practitioners. Isn't that true?
All members in favor are voting aye. Those opposed are voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of House Bill 1125, the ayes are 163. The nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1021.
House Bill 1021 by Representative Hitchens is the 161st to be entitled an act to amend Article 10 of Chapter 21 of Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating the Georgia Drivers Education Commission so as to increase the additional penalty for violation of traffic laws or ordinances. This bill having referred to the Committee on Motor Vehicles, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Chairman Hitchens to present the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1021, which has been known as Joshua's Law, was originally passed in 2005 to provide professional driver training that Joshua didn't have when he made a bad judgment very early in his driving career that led to his demise. Originally, 5% of traffic fines were utilized for this training. In 2011, during the recession, it was reduced to 1.5%, and so that the monies could be used elsewhere in the budget. This program is one of the most sought after in state government, but they run out of money every month, according to the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. This bill would restore 3% of the money to where it was intended and hopefully provide a good foundation upon which to build good driving skills. Traffic accidents remain the #1 cause of death for persons under 35, and this program is an effort to reduce those horrific statistics. If there are no questions, I'll yield the well.
You have no questions. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative Momtahan rise?
Mr. Speaker, according to House Rule number 133, I'd ask to be excused from the vote.
Gentleman has that right, and the journal will so reflect. What purpose does Representative Prince rise?
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with House Rule 133, I ask to be excused from the vote.
Gentleman has that right, and we will put that in the journal. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the passage of House Bill 1021. The ayes are 151, the nays are 9. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1102.
House Bill 1102 by Representative Rutledge of the 109th to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 8 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to homestead option sales and use tax so as to provide for a revised homestead option sales tax. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Rutledge to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I bring to you House Bill 1102. And what this measure will do, it will allow the voters in Rockdale County to gather 10% of the signatures of the voters to put a ballot question back on the ballot to change their host tax to an e-host tax like DeKalb County did back in 2015. That's what the bill simply does. And I know over the last several months we hear about suppressing the vote. Surely this House, we don't want to suppress the vote. If they could get 10% of the signatures of the voters, it'll be on the ballot to vote. And that's what the bill does, and I'll stand for any questions.
You do have a few questions if you care to yield.
I'll yield.
Chair recognizes Representative Dickerson to your left for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Isn't this a local issue, and I live in Rockdale County, and it would affect me because I do pay taxes in Rockdale County.
It would affect you.
Okay, but this is a local issue.
It is.
That's a general bill right now.
Right. And
okay,
what?
Thank you.
You know, it affects you in a good way. Mr. Speaker, I know it's getting late. I'll yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Chair recognizes Representative Vernon Jones to speak to the bill.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, thank you for indulging me. I know the night is getting later and later. I happen to represent Rockdale County. I also represent DeKalb County. As a former chief executive officer of DeKalb County, I've had to deal with the host tax. When I first got elected, there was a great Republican, still is, by the name of Wayne Hill, who chaired Gwinnett County Board of Commissioners. The first thing he told me when I came into office, he said that host tax is going to cause you some hell because it's an aggressive tax and how they apply it is just not a way to keep property taxes the way they should be. Now, I work well and I represent a large portion of DeKalb, and I work well with our delegation. And Representative Rutledge, I believe he's a good man. I believe his intent is good. Here's what kind of concerns me about this. As the chair of our delegation, this issue was never brought to our delegation to discuss, our local Rockdale County delegation. As a matter of fact, this issue was not even discussed with the Rockdale County Board of Commissioners. As a matter of fact, Representative Rutledge has never even been to a Rockdale County Board of Commissioners meeting. As a matter of fact, Representative Rutledge, the only time he did send a letter to them was when a week ago, a little over a week ago, he presented it to me, and he said that his constituent wanted it changed. And the constituent he was there with doesn't even live in his district. And so, although I don't take away from his intent, but to allow to have this to be discussed among the people in Rockdale County is important. Now, I know the Democrat numbers are not as much as the Republican numbers, and I know we tend to stick with our own. But I think you all know by now I'm an independent voter, I'm an independent thinker. And I hope you all in this body, the Republicans, would think about this for a moment. It's not that I'm opposing his bill, I'm opposing his process. And I hope you all do not vote to pass this, because as a matter of fact, the way this bill has traveled so fast, it kind of concerns me, and it kind of shows that it wasn't just handled right. It was filed on March the 4th, passed out of subcommittee on Monday, this past Monday, and passed the full Ways and Means Committee yesterday afternoon at 4. And today it came out of rules just that quick. Back home, we call that greasing it. It was greased. Now, I'm not trying to step on anybody's toes or offend them, but put yourself in the people of Rockdale County's position. This is a local issue, and I would like to work with Representative Rutledge and let him go and meet with the Board of Commission Chairman and the Board of Commissioners, who are the ones who have to deal with those appropriations. I've served in local government. I used to hate when the legislature was in because it spent more time running local government than running state government. And I used to say, if you want to be a local commissioner or a city councilman, run for that and get out of the state house. And so this is really something that requires debate back home. So, Mr. Speaker, this time I'll be happy to address any questions, comments, or observations.
I am first going to ask the clerk to read House Rule 1.3.
House Rule 1.3, no member in speaking shall be disrespectful to any member, and all members shall carefully avoid references to personalities when addressing the House.
Mr. Speaker, does that reference me? Because I don't think I was.
It references any member that goes to the well and calls out another member by name.
Mr. Speaker,
and I'm not going to have any further dialogue about this issue. Do you yield for questions?
Yes, I do, Mr. Speaker. And I apologize if I, in any way, stepped outside the rules. I apologize.
Chair recognizes Chairman Benton to your left for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman
Yes,
yield.
I do, sir.
Is it not true that Representative Rutledge, in his opening remarks, said that this was a local issue and it would be up to the county as to whether or not they wanted to vote for this particular tax? Not just Rockdale County, but 159 counties could do this.
Well, already, Mr. Representative, 159 counties can do what they want to do, but this particular case, he's talking about Rockdale County. And it is a local issue, and we have not had those local discussions, and I would appreciate if the gentleman would understand that and yield to that and just have some public hearings. As a matter of fact, we've held a number of public hearings on a number of issues, and this issue never came up from the representative with the people. I yield for more questions, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative McLaurin to your right for a question. He waves. Chair recognizes Representative Carter to your left for a question.
I yield.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Is it not true between the two of our districts that we represent 70 to 80% of Rockdale County?
The gentlelady knows from what she's speaking.
Do you further yield?
I do.
Is it not true that the bill was never, that I have never seen the bill until it came up today as someone who represents over 40% of Rockdale County?
Now on that, Madam Representative, I think there are about 6 of us who represent Rockdale County. And this is the first time that I've seen the bill, first time you've seen the bill, a number of others have seen the bill. So it was almost like it was, again, it was coming in like a stealth. And
Does the
so you're
gentleman
correct.
further yield?
I do, Madam
Is it
Representative.
not true that this is a violation of home rule?
Madam Representative, I can say this. A lot of tricks and trades get played down here, and when someone can't get something passed through the local delegation, they put it in as a general bill, and normally if they have their party's majority, normally it goes through. I don't like that process, but it is, and I wish it would have come through our local delegation.
Thank you, and I'll be voting no, and I ask my colleagues to join me.
Any further questions, Mr. Speaker?
Chair recognizes Representative Rutledge to your left for a question.
I do, Mr. Speaker.
Does the gentleman yield?
Is it okay I can talk to you because I mentioned your name a little earlier? Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that today is 28th day of the legislative session?
I believe what the gentleman says.
And don't we work on legislation throughout this period to get it over to crossover?
The gentleman is correct.
Correct. Isn't it also true that 20% of the revenue that's collected on this host tax is diverted to other means other than what it was intended for, and that is to roll back the property tax for the property taxpayers in Rockdale County?
The gentleman is incorrect. The way the statute is written, and you can look at the state statute, it talks about the local governments can put X amount of those dollars towards local infrastructure as well as using some of it to roll back property taxes. That's what it's there for. And I ask you on a number of occasions, why don't you pull the bill and look what the bill says before you start to introduce into legislation?
Do you further yield?
I do, sir.
I beg to differ.
I know you do.
The legislation clearly states that 20% of the revenue generated from this tax can be diverted to the general fund for other purposes. All we're asking is for the voters to be able to get 10% of the voters on a petition to trigger a ballot question. That's all we're asking to do.
So the gentleman just asked a different question. Yes, the law says that they can divert 20% or all of it towards property tax if they chose to do so. My question or my concern is, Mr. Representative, you did not have those proper conversations with anybody in local government. You want to get into how they manage local government. I think they should be able to manage, and they're responsible for appropriating funds. Let the taxpayers hold them accountable, and not a single taxpayer, but one person had approached you about doing this, and you had no conversation, no discussion with the delegation. You had no conversation, no discussion with the local board of commissioners, none whatsoever. They're finance directors, so you can see what the impact could be. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction, according to Sir Isaac Newton. And so I don't oppose what you're trying to do, Mr. Representative. I just oppose the way that you went about doing it, and I think it allows for more time for talk and discussion so you can see the profound impact on it.
Do you further yield?
I do, sir.
Who's the chairman of the delegation?
I am, sir.
Have you called a delegation meeting?
There was nobody asked me to call one, sir.
Okay.
Including you. And I'll say to the gentleman, did you ask me to call a delegation meeting so we can discuss this issue?
And you could have called one.
Did you ask me? I'm asking, did you ask me?
No, I did not.
Did you ask anybody in our delegation? Will you have Representative Vernon Jones to call a delegation meeting?
We had discussion.
Have you ever been to a county commissioner meeting?
I have not.
How long have you represented Rockdale County?
You have no further questions.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the well. Thank you.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the passage of House Bill 1102. The ayes are 91, the nays are 70. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. What purpose does Representative Jones rise?
Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time, I'd like to be recognized for a motion for reconsideration.
This is the appropriate time on this evening. Gentleman has moved that this House reconsider its action in giving a constitutional majority to House Bill 1102. All those in favor of the motion for reconsideration will vote aye. Those opposed to reconsideration will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the gentleman's motion. The ayes are 68, the nays are 87. The motion has failed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 864.
Appreciate you helping. House Bill 864 by Representative Rich, the 97th, being entitled an act to amend Chapter 11, Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to taxes on tobacco products so as to provide for excise taxes to be levied on the sale of vapor devices and consumable vapor products. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Newton to present the bill. Just a moment, Mr. Chairman. We are taking up some important propositions in here. This House will be in order. Members will keep conversation to a low roar as opposed to a loud roar. Gentlemen may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, tonight I want to bring you something up. Since 2007, we've all noticed the exponential growth in the use of vape products. There's some unknown risks in this new marketplace. The CDC has actually reported over 60 deaths related to vaping-associated lung injuries. That's not exactly what we're here to talk about. House Bill 864 is designed to reduce the flow of vape products to Georgia's youth while minimizing any impact on adults. Currently, in spite of age restrictions on youth using vape products, we continue to see increased use by young people. It's estimated in the U.S. that over 5 million middle school and high school students are using vape products now. Where are they being purchased? In retail stores, convenience stores, gas stations, even online for home delivery. The good news about House Bill 864 is it does three particular things. It starts with, it defines these new products: alternative nicotine products, consumable vapor products, closed systems, open systems. It gets the definitions in the code so we can clearly see what these are. Second thing, it does place a small tax on those, especially the nicotine products, with closed systems at 5 cents a milliliter, open systems at 7% of the wholesale. And there are some what they call modified risk tobacco products that have been certified to help people get off nicotine or get off smoking that are at 50% of the prevailing rate. But I will say the most important thing that I believe 864 does, it requires that anyone selling a vape product in Georgia obtain a license from the Department of Revenue, just as any other seller of tobacco or alcohol has to do. The Department of Revenue will then be able to enforce age restrictions more certainly and any other requirements for sale. Also, online sales will require a state ID to be delivered, no more for kids to order something and then pick it up off the porch before the parents get home. You know, researchers are still learning of the potential effects on vaping, but what we know is with the rapid growth of the brain and the lung in children, we know that it's crucial that we give special care and attention to keeping these out of the hands of adolescents and youth. I'm honored to work with Representative Bonnie Rich on this bill, who sponsored this bill, who is passionate about seeing us do something to protect this effect on Georgia's youth and their lungs, their brains, and everything about them. So I hope you'll give strong consideration to voting yes for House Bill 864.
Do you yield for questions?
Yes, sir. I'll yield.
Chair recognizes Representative Ridley. To your right for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Is this a tax? It only goes on vaping products, right? Not any other loose leaf tobacco?
There are some modified, on line 229 is one of the modified risk tobacco products is defined. That's one of the things in the bill is all the different definitions of the multiple ways that nicotine is being delivered, not just cigarettes and cigars and piped tobacco, but this includes definitions for many others, including, I believe snus is the one that they recommend there.
Okay, thank you.
Glad to.
Do you further yield?
Mr. Speaker, at the late hour, I hope that that people will see this as some protection for Georgia's youth, and I'll yield the well, sir.
What purpose does Chairman Houston rise?
Parliamentary inquiry. Mr.
State your
Speaker.
inquiry.
Would you please tell me what modified risk is on vapor products? What does that mean?
I wrote a term paper on it one time. I'll share that with you.
Well, I'm sure you've never vapored. They didn't even have that when you were writing term papers. I shouldn't have said that. I take it back. I take it back.
One of these days I'll learn. Okay. Chair recognizes. House will come to order. Chair recognizes to speak to the bill the Minority Leader of the House, Leader Trammell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to just point us right to the objectionable portion of the bill, which the chair lady just raised. And that's the portion that deals with modified risk tobacco product. And if you look at line 229 and 230 of the bill, I'm going to read it. The rate of any tax imposed by this code section shall be reduced by 50% when imposed on a modified risk tobacco product. That's not sound policy. It's not sound tax policy. And it's not sound policy to protect children. Nicotine is addictive. There's no such thing as a truly modified risk. Don't make the mistake of encouraging people going down the road, particularly kids, of saying there's such a thing as a safe tobacco product. Let's vote this bill down. There may be changes that we need to make in the space of vaping, but we don't need to be sending the message that we're going to cut taxes by 50% on some fiction that there's a safe tobacco product. Mr. Speaker, I yield the will.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative Mary Frances Williams rise?
Parliamentary
State
inquiry.
your inquiry.
Is it not true that I have a text from the Heart Association, Lung Association, American Cancer Society, PTA, and the Georgia Federation of Women's Clubs saying they are opposed to this bill?
If the lady so states, I'm sure that she knows whereof she speaks. What purpose does the Majority Caucus whip rise? State your inquiry.
True that while the minority leader pointed out that he has a problem with 2 lines of this legislation, that there are multiple other good policy decisions that take place in this, and we should not kill the good in search of the perfect, even though the night is getting late and people are getting restless.
The gentleman so states. I know he believes that to be true. What purpose does Chairman Cooper rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State
Mr.
your
Speaker.
inquiry.
Is it not true that sometimes at this late hour, when we've only had this one vaping bill, that it might be prudent, and often what happens is it goes across the hall, changes are made, and we come out with a good compromise, and rather than no bill at all?
Miracles do happen. That some
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, we've got a number of members that have inquiries, but we've had 2 excellent presentations. The hour is late. All members in favor of the bill are voting aye. Those opposed are voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of House Bill 864, the ayes are 70, the nays are 89, and this bill has failed to receive the requisite constitutional majority. What purpose does Chairman Newton rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I move to reconsider the House action.
Chairman Newton has moved that the House reconsider its action in failing to give a constitutional majority to House Bill 864. All those in favor of his motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members now voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 78, the nays are 77, and the motion for reconsideration has failed. Passed, I'm sorry. The hour is late. It is passed. Now, all right, we have to take this measure up now. Okay. What purpose does Representative Kelly rise?
Make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
What's your motion? State your motion.
I'll make a motion that we table House Bill 864.
Representative Kelly has moved that House Bill 864 be placed on the table. All those in favor of the motion to table will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion that House Bill 864 be placed on the table, the ayes are 83, the nays are 73, and the bill has been tabled. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 448.
House Bill 448 by Representative Dollar, the 45th, to be entitled an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 13 entitled 48 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to excise taxes on rooms, lodging, and accommodations. This bill I refer to the Committee on Ways and Means. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Dollar to present the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. I hope this is less exciting than the last bill. 448 is known as the Lodging Facilitator Bill. As you look at it, it'll look very similar to some measures that we've already taken up this year. Marketplace Facilitator and bill that Representative Williamson had recently dealing with rental cars. And what this does is it streamlines the collection of excise tax. Marketplace Facilitator did sales tax. This does the excise tax on hotel motel, and that is the local hotel, or the hotel motel tax that goes back to the locals. And the second part of the bill, it extends the $5 per night to all lodging. So we're talking about short-term rentals, Airbnb, HomeAway, VRBO. Currently, it's just traditional hotels and motels, and this kind of brings uniformity to all lodging. That, Mr. Speaker, is the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions. That is a nice bill.
Do you yield for questions?
Yes.
Chair recognizes Representative McLeod to your left for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
For clarification, are you saying like my private home is going to be taxed if I rent it to somebody?
If you do it on a platform, then yes, this will fall into the Airbnb, VRBO category.
Does the gentleman further yield?
Yes.
How do you know what platform I'm on?
Well, the idea is to take the responsibility and that burden off of you, and it's now done by whoever collects the money is responsible for collecting. If the local jurisdiction has an excise tax, then it will be responsible for collecting and remitting the excise tax and then the $5 fee to the state.
Does the gentleman further yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm still confused. Are you talking about my private home, or if I've put my home, a second home for rental? I'm confused.
This would only affect you if you're a short-term renter. So this is for rentals that are 30 days and less.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Do you yield for questions?
Yes, Speaker, I'll yield for one
Chair recognizes Representative Carpenter to your right for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Is it not current policy that this tax is supposed to be remitted by the short-term rental at this time?
That's true. That this is not creating a new tax on that. This is purely to ease the burden and come in line with what we've already done with Marketplace Facilitator.
You're correct. I appreciate you bringing this bill. It's a good bill. As a short-term homeowner, it's quite difficult to have to remit your own sales tax or hotel motel tax.
Well, that's the idea, Representative. I appreciate the question.
Do you yield for further questions?
No, no, Speaker. We have a lot of bills. I'll yield the will.
Gentleman has yielded the will. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of House Bill 448 will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. What purpose does Representative Gertler rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
It's not true that this furthers the hotel motel tax as a tax increase that was part of the largest tax increase in Georgia history for the hotel motel tax. Is it not true?
I'm sure the gentleman believes that to be true. All members vote in favor of the bill are voting aye. Those opposed are voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of House Bill 448, the ayes are 105, the nays are 48. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 907.
House Bill 907 by Representative States of the 180th to be entitled an act to amend Part 2 of Article 2 of Chapter 4, Title 3080 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the War Veterans Home so as to include an additional time period of service in the definition of war veteran. This bill having been assigned to the Committee on Defense and Veteran Affairs. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Is this another simple, non-controversial bill you have, Representative Saines? Chair recognizes Representative Saines to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I found myself to be a poor judgment of that. House Bill 907 recognizes Korean War veterans, those who served from 1947 to 1950, as state-defined war veterans for the purpose of being eligible to be in the War Veterans Home. This is a Department of Veteran Services bill, and I'll yield if there's no questions.
You have no questions.
Thank you.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of House Bill 907, the ayes are 159, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 593.
House Bill 593 by Representative Benton of the 31st to be entitled an act to amend Title 47 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to retirement and pensions so as to create the Tax Commissioners Retirement Fund of Georgia. This bill having referred to the Committee on Retirement. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Chairman Benton to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. I present to you today House Bill 593. This bill would create a supplemental retirement plan for tax commissioners in the state of Georgia. Right now, they're the only constitutional officers without a legislative approved retirement plan. This includes the sheriffs, clerks of court, probate judges, magistrate judges, superior court judges, district attorneys, essentially every other elected official we work with in our courthouses. The tax commissioners were previously included in the state retirement system prior to 2011. Due to the fact that they collected hundreds of millions of state dollars, they currently collect state dollars as well. They were excluded from the state retirement system due to the severe recession and the requirement of the state to reduce expenses. 2 elections later, 2012, 2016, we have 81 tax commissioners with no state retirement. By the time this plan becomes law and the 8-year vesting period ends, we will have almost no tax commissioners still on state retirement. Many tax commissioners have no retirement plan at all, or a plan that is funded only by their own money, 401k, 557B, etc. House Bill 593 uses no state or county funds. No taxpayer who pays their property tax bill on time will ever contribute a penny to this retirement plan. Mr. Speaker, that's the bill. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
You have a question if you care to yield.
I will yield.
Chair recognizes Representative Dukes to your left for a question.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Representative Ben, is it not true that this tax is to be paid by delinquent taxpayers?
Yes, it would.
Is
there would be a $3 fee on all delinquent bills.
Do you think that the reason that the delinquent taxpayers are delinquent is because they did not have the money?
I very well. Yeah. They've known all year that the tax bill was coming. Are you ready to hear my answer? But what we found is that a lot of these delinquent taxpayers are using the tax commissioners as their bank, and they are using this money for something else. They don't mind paying the small penalty at the end of 30 days to be able to use their money for something else.
Would the gentleman further yield?
I will.
Do you have any idea how much that small penalty would be?
It depends on the tax bill.
Is it not true that it is approximately...
You're going to have to speak up.
I'm sorry.
Hold on a minute.
I'm sorry, Mr. Representative.
Go ahead.
Is it not true that it's approximately 1% of your tax bill if you're delinquent?
Well, in a lot of cases, the people that owe those tax bills are willing to pay that in order to use the money for something else for 30 days.
I think they're doing it because they don't have it.
I would disagree with you on that. Mr. Speaker, if there are no other questions, I'll be glad to yield the way.
Gentleman has yielded the well. We have a member that wants to speak to the bill, and then we have a minority report. Chair recognizes Chairman Martin to speak to the bill.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My favorite thing, defined benefit plans. That's where we promise somebody something down the road and use other people's money to pay for it. I agree with the gentleman that asked the question. I won't be as long-winded this time. Let me just simply say this. If you take $105 a month for 20 years and get 7.5% at the end of it, you have $60,000. That'll pay you an annuity of $6,000 a year, not $34,000 a year. The $105 a month these commissioners are putting in this plan is 16% of what it takes. If they need a retirement plan, even if they want a defined benefit retirement plan, the county ought to pay the other part of it. We shouldn't sit here as members and representatives of 11 million Georgians and put them in a position that only the late filers pay the $3. The county tax commissioner should be trying to collect taxes on time, and if they're doing their job, there won't be anybody contributing to their plan. Does anybody see a problem with that? If they do their job, nobody contributes to their plan, so there won't be enough money in their plan. So maybe they won't try to do their job. I assume they will try to do their job. So I'll just leave it at this. The way this bill is written, these tax commissioners are only putting 16% of their money in. Most of you out there in the private sector get matched 20%. You put in 80%, your employer puts in 20%. This is flipping it upside down. They put in 16.8% of the $625 that they need to create an amount, to create an annuity to pay them $34,000 a year. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully ask that we vote this down and work with the counties out there in ACCG and create these folks a plan that makes sense and not put it on the back of hardworking Georgians.
There is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. There's a minority report. Chair recognizes Representative Bodie, the Minority Caucus Whip, for the minority report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in total opposition to HB 593. HB 593 seeks to establish a retirement fund for county tax commissioners. Now, I do not have a problem with that, not at all. However, I do have a problem with the $3 of additional fees that will be required for delinquent taxpayers. This fee is only, again, this fee is only being applied to those who are already paying additional late fees and interest on their tax bills. This is unnecessarily punitive, and this is not right. We're going to penalize individuals that are already going through financial hardship, and we're going to tell them that you have probably set up a payment arrangement on your property taxes, but we're going to even give you even more of a burden of $3 on top of that. And so I know some of my colleagues in the chambers in the majority party may say that $3 is $3, but $3 is a lot of money to a person that does not have $3. So what I'm saying here is that we should vote this measure down because this is not right. I have talked with tax commissioners throughout the state, and some are for this measure and some against this measure. But we don't penalize people that are already down on their luck and they're trying to do right by this state and paying what they're owed, paying what they're due. So I'm asking to have the members of this body to vote no to this measure. And while I am on the topic, I want to refer you to page number 6 and lines 172 through 174. It states that a member only receive credible service in the fund for each month that he or she timely pays dues required by Code Section 47-26-40 and timely charges and collects the amounts due to the board pursuant to Code Section 4726-41. What basically that is saying, the money that this taxpayer collects or a tax commissioner collects is going to go into their retirement fund. And the more and more money that they collect, the more and more money that we get in their retirement. So that means they're going to go after more individuals who already don't have the financial means to pay, and they're going to get that additional $3, and it's going to be more money for these tax commissioners. And my question before I yield this well, why is it not a situation that everyone is paying the tax, paying the penalty, and not just the individuals that are delinquent on their taxes? With that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative Holly rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true, Mr. Speaker, that I do agree with my Republican counterpart in realizing that while tax commissioners provide our state with the great means by which to ensure that everyone is paying into the system, but we still realize that with their personal fees that they're able to charge and to collect under their companies that oftentimes do not get disclosed to the public, that just like most businesses, most business owners who can take a set of the money that they receive and put that aside for retirement, that by not doing this, we are now allowing for taxpayers, especially those who are delinquent, to be able to put more money into the pockets of those who are already getting enough, just like the tax commissioner in Fulton County, where we currently sit,
gentlemen,
who makes $500,000. Thank you, sir.
What purpose does Chairman Knight rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that the comments of the last gentleman do not necessarily fit every tax commissioner in the state of Georgia? And that actually a lot of tax commissioners, Georgia, operate very differently, and to paint them all with one brush is not fair or is not correct. Isn't that true, sir?
That's usually the case with everything. So, what purpose does Representative Al Williams rise?
Parliamentary
State
inquiry.
your inquiry.
It's very difficult, and it's not often that I vote with my Republican colleague and against my whip. But I do have to say that there are not a lot of $500,000 tax commissioners in Georgia. As a matter of fact, there are a lot of rural counties where tax commissioners are just making it, and they deserve to be paid as constitutional officers. And I'm voting yes because we can't get no money up here. Maybe I can help somebody else.
Chair, what purpose does Chairman Benton rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it not true, Mr. Speaker, that in order to keep from having to pay the fee, you just pay your taxes on time?
Gentleman so states. All right, we're going to do one more parliamentary inquiry. What purpose does Representative Bentley rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that this rural Georgia legislator will be voting no for this legislation because of the position that this state is in currently with the virus that's going around and the financial situation and burden it's going to place on the families across this state? We don't know what type of financial situation families may be in by the time the tax bills come out this year. So this rural Georgia legislator will be voting no. Is that not true, Mr. Speaker?
If the lady so states, I would not get in her way of voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 593. The ayes are 72, the nays are 83. This bill has failed to receive the requisite constitutional majority. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 953.
House Bill 953 by Representative Rich, the 97th, to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 3 of Chapter 5 of Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general authority, duties, and procedures of state purchasing. This bill then referred to the Committee on Governmental Affairs. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Chairman Welch to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I present this bill on behalf of Representative Rich, who cannot be here with us tonight. This bill does not deal with tobacco, smokes, vapes, fees, taxes, or delinquent taxpayers. This bill simply streamlines our contracting process for the state, makes it more efficient, and actually provides public notice to anyone that wants to contract with the state that there are certain terms that the state will not agree to, both for constitutional reasons and for case law reasons. I'll be happy to take any questions on the bill, and I ask for your favorable consideration.
You do not have any questions.
Thank you. Yield well.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 953. The ayes are 161. The nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 690.
House Bill 690 by Representative Burchett of the 176 to be entitled an act to amend Title 80 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to buildings and housing so as to exempt agriculture structures from permitting fees. This bill having referred to the Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Representative Burchett to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues on this early evening. House Bill 690 is a very simple bill. What this bill does is it puts a cap on what can be charged for permit fees for agricultural buildings. So for farmers that are building barns for their sole purpose of agriculture and they have a gate card, they can only charge $500 for the permit at max. That's the essence of the bill, and I will yield for questions.
You do have a question. Do you yield?
I yield.
Chair recognizes Chairman Cantrell to your left for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, I yield.
What, Representative Burchett, what's the average cost of those now?
The average cost for the United States is around $700, give or take, and that's different types of buildings. That includes houses and industrial buildings and everything. So I couldn't find any data for the exact on just ag buildings.
But overall, you'd say it's going to be a decrease for most farmers.
Yes.
Thank you.
You have no further questions. I'm sorry, you do have one more question. Do you yield?
I yield.
Chair recognizes Chairman McCall to your right for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
Yes, sir, I yield.
Is not the genesis of this bill a problem you are having in your community where, say, a blueberry processing plant would build a building and then put a couple of $1 million worth of equipment in it, and the counties will count the equipment, which they do not inspect, and all that they are supposed to be inspecting is the roof and the walls, and that's where this idea came from, to help out the farmers. And also, a qualified ag producer that you listed in there is a gate card holder and not some large corporation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is true. Yes. I yield the will.
He yields the will. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the passage of House Bill 690. The ayes are 153, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1101. I'm sorry. It's House Bill 488. House Bill 488.
House Bill 488 by Representative Montahan of the 17th, being entitled an act to prevent organized retail crime, to amend Chapter 1 and Title 10 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to selling and or other trade practices. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary, Non-Civil. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Montahan to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, today I rise to present to you House Bill 488, which is a measure that aims to reduce and prevent the criminal act of organized retail theft. Organized retail theft is the organized theft of retail goods from a local retailer. Over 91% of Georgia retailers are affected by the retail crime ring. Just imagine this for a moment, that you are shopping with your family when a group of thieves steals an entire rack of coats. And thank you, Miss Aston. Let's see, when a group of thieves steals an entire rack of luxury goods, such as coats or jeans, or an entire buggy of tools, and runs conveniently to a parked getaway vehicle. This is organized retail theft. It is the theft of $25,000 or $24,999 worth of goods within a 180-day time period. This is the high watermark that we've created for this bill. Mr. Speaker, I will yield for questions.
You have a question if you care to yield.
I yield.
Chair recognizes Representative Reeves to your left for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Mr. Montahan, is it not true that I am holding a copy of the Marietta Daily Journal from February 5th of this year that has a story about a man that was arrested for stealing over $46,000 in retail goods in a scheme similar to how this bill was crafted, and that in this article it says that this range of crimes occurred in Athens, Clarke County, Gwinnett County, Peachtree City, as well as Cobb County.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Reeves, this issue is prevalent throughout our state, and so the gentleman knows what he speaks.
And does the gentleman further yield?
I do.
Is it not true that we spent countless hours in the Reeves Subcommittee of Judiciary Non-Civil carefully crafting legislation to answer this very sophisticated and prevalent problem?
The chairman knows absolutely, without a shadow of doubt, what he speaks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. We have a member that wishes to speak on the bill. Chair recognizes Chairman Setzler to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I ask you to consider a very important part of this bill. If there's part of the organized retail theft that you're skeptical about, then support the bill, if for this reason only. There's a powerful consumer protection component on this bill between lines 64 and 69. If you guys, I know the hour's late, but lines 64 through 69 was inserted in this process. It wasn't brought to us by the large retailers. wasn't brought to us by anybody in the Chamber of Commerce that have big, powerful interests that are being robbed in multi-state ways. What this is for is this is for grandmas. This is for people in our community who are being ripped off through retail card-based or online-based fraud schemes that are consumers of these retail entities. The consumer protection we have here is very, very powerful. And what this does is it recognizes that if what's called the grandma scheme, where fraudsters call somebody and says, hey, you've got to purchase these cards, it's part of a way of bailing a family member out of jail or part of some other fraudulent activity, they get caught up in this, and they get duped by these professional fraudsters. This bill not only protects big box retail, but it protects these people who, to the tune of $2,000, $5,000, and $10,000 are defrauded by phone schemes and internet schemes, whether they have websites that are spoofed and they're tricked into clicking on and paying for products that are not real, or whether they buy stored value cards and are caught up in a fraud scheme they may not understand what they're part of. It's very important to me when this bill came that this be part of this bill. In fact, I was committed to not make sure that not just the powerful interests are taken care of in HB 488, but that regular folks, our next door neighbors, our constituents that live down the street from us, are being taken to the tune of thousands of dollars, and these enterprises are taken care of as well. So I just ask you to support HB 488 for the regular consumers that are protected from this. It ensures that law enforcement will pursue these cases so that they can get redress for the thousands of dollars that are often stolen from them. So, ladies and gentlemen, I won't take questions, but I wanted to make that point to you. That's a very, very important part of this bill, and for that, I'll support HB 488.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 488. The ayes are 144, the nays are 15. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. This House will be in recess for 10 minutes. House will come back to order. House will come back to order. Mr. Clerk, you want to ring the bell so we can get going? The clerk will read the caption to a group of privileged resolutions.
Celebrating the birth of Ari Isaac K., recognizing and commending Skills USA for its outstanding contributions, honoring the life and memory of Frank Ross Sr., recognizing and commending Bishop Victor L. Powell on the occasion of his 30th anniversary leading Rima World Cathedral, recognizing and commending the Georgia Future Caucus, congratulating and commending Dr. Amber M. Simmons for receiving the 2020 Yellow Rose Nikki T. Randall Servant Leader Award, and for other purposes. That completes the reading of the privileged resolutions.
We're back on the rules calendar. The clerk will read the caption to House Bill 854.
House Bill 854 by Representative Rutledge, the 109th, being entitled an act to amend Chapter 60 of Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia Ann Taylor relating to the general provisions applicable to counties and municipal corporations so as defined battery charged offense. This bill having referred to the Committee on Governmental Affairs, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Rutledge to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I bring to you for consideration HB 854. It addresses an issue occurring across the state regarding the newest technology in alarm detection systems that is using a battery-charged fence. What's happening are business owners such as construction companies, utility contractors, trucking companies, companies with equipment on the ground that needs to be protected. And what's happening is they're contacting their local permitting offices to install the battery charge detection system, and since the system is not defined in code, it is creating a costly and lengthy delay in getting the system in place. Meanwhile, their property is being unprotected. So HB 854 simply defines the alarm detection technology in state code with all other alarm systems. It also further defines the system to be used only in commercial and industrial zone properties, and the system will only be allowed on properties, will not be allowed on properties that are residential or agriculture. This measure will streamline the process for local permitting offices by allowing them to treat the alarm detection system as any other alarm systems, and most importantly, the businesses choosing this type of system will be able to do this without delay. That's what the bill does, and I ask for your favorable consideration. Mr. Speaker, if there's any questions.
You have no questions.
Thank you.
You do have a question.
I'll
Do you yield?
I'll yield.
Chair recognizes Chairman McCall to your right for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
I will.
You and I talked the other day that this specifically exempts any kind of agricultural practice with electric fence, right?
Right. Cows will not touch this fence.
And in the original bill, it was kind of listed that way, and I didn't see it in this one.
Correct. We've excluded agriculture and residential properties.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. I'll yield the well.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 854. The ayes are 153, the nays are 7. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1084.
House Bill 1084 by Representative Chokus, the 138th, being entitled an act to amend Chapter 12 of Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated relating to commissions and other agencies, so as to provide for the creation of the Georgia Endowment for Teaching Professionals. This bill having referred to the Committee on Higher Education. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Chokus to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring before you tonight House Bill 1084. This measure was recommended by the Rural Development Council. House Bill 1084 will create the Georgia Endowment for Teaching Professionals to assist the technical college system of Georgia. This endowment, through its trustees, will solicit funds privately through grants and donations for the purpose of recruiting and maintaining outstanding teaching professionals in high-demand disciplines. A few of these high-demand disciplines are diesel equipment technology, computer programming, computer technology, electrical line working, precision manufacturing, welding, and practical nursing. The lack of skilled workers in these disciplines has had a negative impact on Georgia's economy. The Rural Development Council realized that having a workforce with these skills will better enable rural Georgia to attract industry and improve the quality of life. I've placed on your desk a letter of support from the Metro Chamber. If there are no questions, I respectfully ask for your favorable consideration to House Bill 1084.
You have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield well.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of House Bill 1084, the ayes are 158, the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 244.
House Bill 244 by Representative Stevens, the 164th, being entitled an act to amend Part 2 of Article 4, Chapter 3, Title 46, the official code of Georgia, annotated relating to corporate purposes and powers of electric membership corporations. This bill having been assigned to the Committee on Economic Development and Tourism. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Recognizes Chairman Ron Stevens to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, as you might know, the past couple of years, we've been doing our best to try to get broadband to the rest of Georgia, not just in Atlanta, Savannah, and the metro areas. This is a Hail Mary attempt, and believe it or not, we've got agreement from the EMC trade associations and with the providers. Governor said today that the coronavirus is forcing all metro Atlanta districts to move online. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you today that's not an option in some of Georgia. We got a chance today with an agreement to move forward with pole attachment rates. What this bill does essentially is none of the current contracts will be affected. None of them. They will continue on the way they are until they expire. At that point, the Public Service Commission, the folks that do this for a living right across the street, will make the decision without a floor and without a ceiling what that rate is going to be. However, they don't even have to stay with that. If they want to come up with their own agreement outside of the Public Service Commission, they can do that. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a last-ditch effort. Let's do not leave rural Georgia in the dark anymore when it comes to broadband. Mr. Speaker, that's the bill in essence, and I'll accept any questions.
Do you yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes Chairman Lynn Smith to your right for a question.
Thank you and welcome back.
Thank you.
Is it not true that most of today I heard from my EMC personnel in my area and they were not for the bill? So to the gentleman in the well, I pose the question again, are they now in agreement?
We have agreement with the EMC Trade Commission, those that are the umbrella for the EMCs. There is a lot of misinformation out there, and I think we've gotten a lot of calls from some of the individual EMCs, but the Trade Association for the EMCs are all singing Kumbaya. So for what it's worth, thank you.
You. Let's hope they receive that via the internet when the time comes.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you further yield?
Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader of the House, Leader Burns, for a question.
I do.
Mr. Chairman, is it not true that you and I have worked several hours in the last couple of weeks, and I say that as a small several, but a lot of several hours, many hours, on trying to come up with a solution that serves all of the different partners, the complex partners in this whole situation, to find something that's fair and equitable to each and every one of them. Is that not true?
It is, sir.
And there's been many suggestions and many plans put on the table, and this seems to be the one that's got the most traction with all parties concerned, whether it's the cable companies, the EMCs, the rural telephone companies, all concerned. Is that not true?
It is true.
And did you not say that even though we may not have heard from the individual associations, EMCs across this state, that the Georgia EMC Trade Association is okay with this bill? Is that not true?
Yes, sir, that's true.
Lastly, to the gentleman in the well, if you yield for one more question.
Yes, sir.
Has it not been the work of this General Assembly, and especially this House, to find a way, a pathway, if you will, to deploy broadband across this state in underserved and unserved areas of Georgia. Is that not true?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is it this, you have one more question.
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that this agreement that you've reached, this compromise, if you will, is the best alternative we have to making sure that all Georgians are served by adequate broadband coverage in this state? Is that
Yes,
not true?
That is true, and I appreciate the question. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to yield the well. Last year, I want to thank the body for helping us take the first of two steps that we needed with Senate Bill 2 to get the EMCs into the business. Let's take the other step today and honor Jay Powell. I'll yield the well.
Chair recognizes Chairman Don Parsons to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Speaker Ralston. I appreciate the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I come up here to speak on this bill, and I'm going to vote against the bill. And I'm going to vote against it for a few reasons I'm going to tell you about, and I'll try to do it briefly. First of all, although it's been many, many years, I've climbed poles. I don't know how many people here have, but I did for a number of years. I started working for Chesapeake and Potomac Telephone Company in 1966, and I climbed poles every day, many poles a day, for a long time. And I know what it's like to go up a pole when you have attachments on there. It's not quite as simple as it might seem. When you have attachments that you have to climb around, it presents problems. It presents more problems when you're above the attachments and you skin down the pole, I can tell you that. Now, I haven't climbed them for a long time, and I would say today probably a lot more times bucket trucks are used in climbing. I don't see many people climb them anymore, but the issue is still the same. When you have attachments there, it still is a problem, and there's reasons that different companies want to charge, different prices for their poles and different prices in different places. But I have no sides on this thing. I'm not taking sides with the EMCs or the cable telephone companies. That's not the issue. I want you to look, or if you had the bill, here's what the bill says on line 31. In order to promote the deployment of broadband services in this state, on and after July 1st, 2021, the rates, fees, terms, conditions, and specifications in any pole attachment agreement entered into by a communications service provider and an electric membership corporation shall be determined by the Commission. That's regulation by the PSC. The PSC does not regulate broadband. They have not regulated broadband, and this is be a whole nother venture for them to get into. Down on line 42, the Commission shall have jurisdiction over all electric membership corporations to enforce compliance with provisions of this code section. Public Service Commission doesn't regulate the EMCs. Another encroachment into an area that they're not in today. Now, as far as the PSCs, the first thing that they're going to want are more people and more money to do that. They don't do that. They don't regulate broadband. Now, this whole discussion about pole attachment predates the internet. It predates broadband. This discussion and the arguments between the different providers and the EMCs goes back many, many years. And this is just to throw broadband in here, it's just throwing something into it that hasn't been in the equation until a couple of years ago. As far as promoting and advancing broadband deployment anywhere, I mean, this isn't going to do it. We just passed the bill last year that was mentioned that allowed the EMCs into this market. And that was supposed to be, the thing was really going to get broadband in rural Georgia. And now you're doing something that actually makes it harder for them to do it because they're going to be able to charge a lower price to other people in the industry trying to put in broadband. They're going to have to charge by agreement that is actually adjudicated by the PSC a lower price. I mean, it makes no sense to me. We just got them into it. Now you're going to say they can't, they have to enter into an agreement with a cable telephone company to charge a lower price than they do now. Now, one more thing, or a couple more things, and I'll get down. I know it's getting late. About 3 or 4 years ago, I read that one of the FCC commissioners, Ajit Pai, had made a speech about rural broadband. He's a great proponent for it. He's the greatest proponent at the federal level for rural broadband that there is in this country. I can tell you that. I went up and met with him. I got a meeting with him because I was excited about it, and I wanted to talk to him about what we could do in the state of Georgia. And I think he gave me 15 minutes, and I was in there for at least a half an hour. I wouldn't leave. And he told me that, among other things, of course, money is an issue. He said, but I'm trying to get Congress to provide us some money and trying to get them to do that through the sale of spectrum. Well, he now, after about 4 or 5 years, that's actually happened. The spectrum is being auctioned off. This year, the FCC will have $20.5 billion nationwide. I think in Georgia, it's already been set that Georgia will have 187,000 locations that money's going to. This is money from the PSC. Now, I say that to say that Ajit Pai, who is now the chairman of the FCC, is a great proponent of broadband and rural broadband. This is what he just said recently. He said a uniform, and he's changed his mind on this. He thought at one time he was a proponent for deregulation at federal level and more regulation at state level. Recently, he said a uniform, well-established set of regulations is preferable at the federal level than the states regulating broadband individually. And that's exactly what this is. This is allowing the PSC to enter into something they have not done before. They're going to be regulating your EMCs, something they haven't done before. They're going to be regulating, to a certain extent, cable television, which they haven't done before. Now, if you're against regulation, then you should be against the Public Service Commission, which is a body made to regulate, getting into an area that they have not even been in before. I would urge you, I'm going to vote against it. I want to make sure that there's at least one vote against it when it goes over to the Senate. But I don't think that this is the right solution. I think it does some things in here that will actually negate, make it harder to provide broadband in rural Georgia. And this is something that I have been interested in and I've worked hard on for the last several years. And this is not, think about it. If you would just think about what this bill does and what I've just explained, I think you'd have to agree this does nothing to promote rural broadband. And I would ask you to vote against it, but you vote your conscience. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the will.
Gentleman has yielded the will. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of House Bill 244 will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative Anulowicz rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that this bill is not about regulating rural broadband, but is rather a critical step towards determining a process that sets a fair process and conditions for EMC pole attachments to take place, which will encourage more rural broadband development?
I am sure the lady believes that to be true. What purpose does Representative Holland rise?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Rule 133, I ask to please be excused from this.
The lady has that right. What purpose does Representative Lopez Romero rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Speaker, is it not true that Georgia Power netted in 2019 $1.7 billion in net income and now is asking for the PSC to be able to set lower rates for their use of the poles when in fact the ENC has offered their poles free of use to expand precisely into rural areas?
If the lady so states, I'm sure that she has read that information somewhere. What purpose does the majority leader of the House rise?
Parliamentary
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that this has nothing to do with Georgia Power?
That was sort of what I thought, but the hour is late. For what purpose does Chairman England rise?
Inquiry, Mr.
State
Speaker.
your inquiry.
Is it not true that Georgia Power's pole attachment rates are set by the FCC?
That's my understanding. What purpose does Chairman Knight rise?
To reiterate, that isn't it true that Georgia
Is
Power
this a
has
parliamentary inquiry?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State
Isn't
your
it true
inquiry.
that, again, Georgia Power has nothing to do with this bill?
I think we've established that. What purpose does Representative Jasmine Clark rise?
Parliamentary
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that I've heard from both the cable companies and the EMCs and that they went to the table and compromised to come up with this committee substitute?
Well, I think the author of the bill has described the negotiation process accurately. What purpose does Representative Frazier rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it not true, Mr. Speaker, that I represent rural Georgia, Burke County, and this is exactly what I need to expand broadband?
If the lady so states, I know that she believes that to be true. Have all members now voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the passage of House Bill 244. The ayes are 116, the nays are 44. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1035.
House Bill 1035 by Representative Martin of the 49th to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 8 of Title 4080 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to sales and use taxes so as to repeal sunset provisions regarding certain tax exemptions. This bill having referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Martin to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the hour is late. House Bill 1035 seeks to remove the sunset on a few areas that Department of Revenue recommended we do. These are nonprofit health centers on page 1, nonprofit volunteer clinics, qualified food banks, qualified nonprofits that use food and ingredients for disaster relief, and further food ingredients for disaster relief. It also extends on the back page, page 3, 2 items for non-print intangible products that are used by nonprofits, and cement mixers. Most everything is related to nonprofit except Section 2. So to be clear about that, that is extending the exemption for sales tax for equipment. These are the cement mixers. Arguably, they fit into integrated plant theory of a manufacturer. Mr. Speaker, these simplify this. It was recommended by the Department of Revenue so that we don't have to do these every 3 or 4 years. Sometimes when we send these bills over trying to extend these periods, our friends in the Senate use them as vehicles to do some mischief. So if we could do this, we could help some folks that are trying to help Georgians. And with that, Mr. Speaker, if there are no questions, I ask for the favorable consideration, and I'll yield the well.
You do not have any questions. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of House Bill 1035, the ayes are 156, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 736.
House Bill 736 by Representative Bilton of the 112th be entitled an act to amend Article 7 of Chapter 3, entitled 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to scholarships, loans, and grants for post-secondary education. This bill item referred to the Committee on Higher Education. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Belton to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, you have the best education record in all of Georgia history, and I appreciate that. I left a sheet on your desk about the Teacher Vacancy Tax Credit Program. This idea was actually formulated long ago by Chairman Amy Carter, the Education Reform Commission in 2016. It's a laser-focused, pinpoint way to address the rural children and the children in the turnaround schools. 46 states do something like this. 43 studies have said that it works. We have had 3,112 children teachers were not filled last year, and I'm asking you to pass this bill. I ask for questions.
You have a question if you yield.
I will yield.
Chair recognizes Chairman Dickey to your right for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
I will yield.
Is it not true that this bill will help supply teachers to rural and underserved areas that have a real shortage now, attracting those type teachers?
That's exactly right, sir. Thank you for the question.
Good bill.
I yield the well, sir.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. What purpose does Representative Stovall rise?
Parliamentary.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that I'm a co-signer on this bill, and I really appreciate Representative Belton for presenting this bill for our turnaround schools?
If the lady so states. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the passage of House Bill 736. The ayes are 158, the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Resolution 18.
House Resolution 18 by Representative Hughley of the 136th and others, compensating Mr. J. Keith Bendre Robinson Sr. and for other purposes. This resolution having been assigned to the Committee on Judiciary. That committee recommends that this resolution be adopted by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Hughley to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I bring to your attention House Resolution 18 on behalf of Mr. Jakeith Robinson, who seeks compensation from this body as a result of wrongful incarceration in the amount of $560,000. We depend on our justice system to keep us safe, and it protects our families and our homes and our businesses and our communities. In the pursuit of fairness, the justice system is governed by rules of procedure to protect us as citizens so that each of us is treated fairly in the judicial arena. When the rules are not followed, we all lose. Jakeith Robinson spent 20 years behind bars for a crime he did not commit because the state of Georgia and its agents did not follow our judicial procedure. In June of 1998, Robinson was accused of being a driver of a getaway car in an armed robbery of an armored car driver. He was indicted along with 2 other men and tried for malice murder, felony murder, armed robbery, 2 counts of aggravated assault, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. Mr. Robinson was tried separately as the state of Georgia was seeking the death penalty on the other 2 defendants. In his trial, there was no evidence presented against him to suggest that he was at the scene of the crime, and there was no witnesses against him. He was tried under the theory of being a party to the crime. At the end of the first trial, Mr. Robinson was found not guilty of malice murder, not guilty of felony murder, not guilty of both aggravated assault charges, but the jury could not reach a verdict. They were deadlocked on the charges of armed robbery and possession of a firearm. In September of 1999, the DA decided to retry Mr. Robinson, but at this time they joined his case with one of the others involved. And at the second trial, he made a motion to sever his case from the other case, but the judge denied his request but granted him an interlocutory appeal to the Georgia Court of Appeals. This was a case of double jeopardy, as the same arguments to the party of a crime theory were used in the second trial. However, his defense was barred from telling the jury that he had been acquitted under this theory in the first trial. At the conclusion of the second trial, he was found guilty of armed robbery, but he was acquitted of possession of a firearm. He was sentenced to life in prison. In 2001, Robinson filed his notice of appeal, and 3 years later, in August 2004, a hearing on Mr. Robinson's motion to amend his sentence, the trial transcripts had been completed, but the appeal had not been docketed. When the Court of Appeals reviewed this case, it said, staggeringly, 10.5 additional years elapsed before the record was docketed with this court, and no explanation for the extreme delay appears in the record. We take yet another opportunity to remind the bench and bar that this sort of extraordinary post-conviction pre-appeal delay puts at risk the rights of defendants and crime victims and the validity of convictions obtained after a full trial. The court goes on to say that it's the duty of all those involved in the criminal justice system, including the trial courts and prosecutors, as well as defense counsel and defendants, to ensure that appropriate post-conviction motions are filed, litigated, and decided without unnecessary delay. The court said that, unfortunately, was not fulfilled in this case. We are now faced with an individual who has been in prison for over 15 years for a conviction that, as we explain, must be reversed. The Court of Appeals decided that the trial court was in error in overruling the defendant's objection to the state's attempt to prove armed robbery via a party to a crime theory, because the issue was barred from relitigation under double jeopardy, based on the acquittal of Mr. Robinson under that theory in the first trial, in which the jury determined that Robinson was not a party to the crimes. So the Court of Appeals reversed the judgment. So Mr. Robinson went to jail at age 23, and he did not return to his family until he was 43. I know this is hard to imagine, but I must ask the question, what would you do if this happened to you or to your child? So here we have Mr. Robinson 20 years later, and he's seeking to put back the remnants of a broken life. And this compensation resolution will help him to do that. For we can't give him back his youth. We cannot give him back the lost time with his children. We can't give him the opportunity to grieve with his family by attending his father's funeral, as his father died and he was not allowed to go to the funeral while he was in prison. But we can give him hope and a chance to build a future. This General Assembly can do what my mother always taught me to do. When you make a mistake, be big enough to own it and say, I'm sorry. So I ask us tonight that even though I know there are some in here who feel that we should never do these types of resolutions, and I know there's some who's looking for who's to blame, but I tell you tonight that everyone involved in this case were working as agents of the state of Georgia. That is us. This man's information was lost in the shuffle, and there is no reason why 10 years passed and he was not given a chance for his appeal to be heard. I'm going to close with this because I received a floral arrangement the other day and it had Micah 6 and 8 stamped on the front of it. So let me simply ask each of you to remember what that scripture challenges us to do as we make our decisions today. He has showed thee, O man, what is good, and what does the Lord require of thee but to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God. That is what H.R. 18 on behalf of Jakeith Robinson asks each of us to do today. And I ask you to vote yes. If there are no questions, Mr. Speaker,
There are no questions. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All those in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the adoption of House Resolution 18. The ayes are 128, the nays are 26. This resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Chair Clerk will read the caption to House Resolution 1038.
House Resolution 1038 by Representative Gordon of the 163rd, a resolution compensating Kenneth Eric Gardiner and for other purposes. This resolution having been referred to the Committee on Appropriations, that committee recommends that this resolution be adopted by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Gordon to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members of this body. I come here today in solidarity to bring forth a compensation resolution for Army soldier Kenneth Gardner. Kenneth and two of his friends on the night of January 31st, 1992, was wrongfully arrested. After that, prosecuted and did 25 years for a crime that he did not commit. Ultimately, his sentence was predicated on pressure from a ADA who was a ward of the state, along with evidence that was not given to his defense. Mr. Gardner's compensation is $1 million, broken up into a $150,000 payment, and the rest an annuity of going in 20 years.
You have no questions. I'm sorry, you do have a question. Do you yield?
I do.
Chair recognizes Representative Ridley to your right for a question.
Gentleman, yield.
I do.
I'm kind of familiar with this one and the other two, and it's a bad deal. I mean, it really is. There ain't no way to really explain the heartfelt I got for these guys. But is it not true that the DA withheld evidence during this trial that found these guys guilty?
The gentleman knows what he speaks.
Is it also not true that the DA is elected by the city who they serve?
The gentleman knows what he speaks.
And the judge that did this was also elected. Is that not also true?
That is also true, but they both are extensions of the state.
Okay, that's what I was wanting to understand, how the state was involved in this, if it's an elected official that tries these and don't do the job. But that's what I was wanting to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you further yield?
I do, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Chairman Houston to your right for a question.
Isn't it true that the DA is a constitutional officer and he is paid partly by the state? And if you'll notice the other day, when you were signing up for re-election, you probably saw your DA at the same place you were. And so isn't it also true, if people got a Bible when they came here, and if they were to go to Hebrews 13, Hebrews 13, the third verse, they would take a yes vote?
I think the gentlelady.
Go back and look at it and read it when you get in your room.
Speaks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Y'all heard her.
Okay. I yield the well.
Gentleman yields the well. Chair recognizes Representative Al Williams to speak to the resolution.
Very quickly, and I know parliamentarily we will consider the three separately. In 1992, there was a young man by the name of Ricky Givens that had completely terrorized the city of Savannah. Some 19 murders were attributed to him. These three young GIs did not know Savannah, showed up at the wrong place at the wrong time, and were beat up in jail because the guys in jail thought they were white supremacists. These were three military guys from Texas, country boys. Wrong place, wrong time. This gave 25 years of their life. And I think it's small compensation. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
Gentleman yields the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All those in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. What purpose does Representative Gilliard rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true, Representative Gordon, that there was a young man that helped protest, march, believed that these men were innocent when Stanley Jackson was a man of color and they were not of color?
Oh, you can't address Representative Gordon.
I just wanted to commend the gentleman on the excellent resolution.
Okay.
Thank you.
What purpose does Representative Kennard rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that in our criminal justice system you are treated better if you are rich and guilty than if you are poor and innocent?
Well, I'm sure that is the gentleman's opinion. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the adoption of House Resolution 1038, the ayes are 131, the nays are 25. This resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Resolution 1039.
House Resolution 1039 by Representative Gordon of the 163rd, a resolution compensating Dominic Brian Lucci and for other purposes. This resolution was referred to the Committee on Appropriations. That committee recommends that this resolution be adopted by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Gordon to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the essence of time, Dominique Lucci was a friend of Kenneth Gardner, the last resolution that we just voted on, and he was a part of the three that just unfortunately were incarcerated for 25 years. So again, in the essence of time, I will not go into depth on the incident again, but if anybody has any questions, I'll yield.
You have no questions?
Thank you.
Gentleman yields the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All those in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the adoption of House Resolution 1039, the ayes are 134, the nays are 23. This resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Clerk will read the caption to House Resolution 1041.
House Resolution 1041 by Representative Gordon of the 163rd, a resolution compensating Mark Jason Jones and for other purposes. This resolution was referred to the Committee on Appropriations. That committee recommended that this resolution be adopted by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Gordon to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I know y'all are getting tired of me. Last resolution for Mr. Mark Jason Jones. He was the last of the three soldiers who got arrested and gave 25 years of his life for a crime that he didn't commit. I'd just like to thank all committees that gave these three resolutions due process. The family of Stanley Jackson, who was the actual victim, who was also a veteran and Desert Storm soldier himself. And I ask for your favorable consideration. I'll yield for questions.
You have no questions.
Thank you.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All those in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the adoption of House Resolution 1041. The ayes are 133, the nays are 22. This resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 86. House Bill 86.
House Bill 86 by Representative Benton of the 31st to be entitled an act to amend Part 11 of Article 17 to Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to complaints, policy for teachers, and other school personnel. This bill then referred to the Committee on Education. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Benton to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 86 is a bill that would provide for an evaluation process for tenured teachers who receive unsatisfactory on the year-end evaluation. It is a simple review process for those tenured teachers. Teaching is one of the only few professions that cannot request a review of a performance evaluation. And teaching has become an occupation that has one of the highest turnover rates as more educators realize they have limited or no rights for input in classroom discipline, evaluation, review, and other critical factors. This is a mechanism to enhance the professional side of teaching and education in general. Many educators, both leaving and remaining in the profession, complain of the current rigid law regarding evaluations. This has been witnessed by the Department of Education as well as local systems, associations, and education establishments. I hope that you will give this bill a good evaluation and give all green for the teachers of Georgia. Mr. Speaker, that's the bill. If no question,
You have no questions. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of House Bill 86 will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the passage of House Bill 86. The ayes are 155, the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1050.
House Bill 1050 by Representative Lumsden of the 12th, being entitled an act to amend Chapter 38 and Title 33 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated, relating to Georgia Life and Health Insurance Guarantee Association, so as to extend association protections to certain persons. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Insurance, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Chairman Lumsden to present the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, I bring to you House Bill 1050, a Department of Insurance bill that comes as a priority for the Georgia Insurance Commissioner's Office. This is model legislation that comes from the National Association of Insurance Commissioners and has been passed in 28 states over the past 2 years. It's an insurance industry approach to deal with the problem of insolvencies by companies that have sold long-term care policies in our state. Many long-term care policies have been sold in Georgia over the past 3 decades. Many of the actuarial assumptions that these policies were based on have proven to be inaccurate, and as a result, we will have more insurers becoming insolvent in the next decade. Each state has a mechanism in place funded by all admitted insurers operating in their state to deal with this problem. The Life and Health Guarantee Fund is the mechanism in Georgia. It steps in and provides coverage to policyholders of companies that have become insolvent. As is the case with any fund of this type, the more participants that you have paying into the fund, the less impact it has on each member and ultimately on each policyholder. House Bill 1050 does 2 things. It adds health maintenance organizations to the fund to broaden the assessment base, and by agreement it splits the assessments equally between life member insurers and health member insurers. HMOs were not previously part of the fund, but because of the changes in the marketplace, HMOs are now asking to be a part. All of the HMOs in Georgia, with the exception of one, are in favor of becoming a part of the Guarantee Fund, and it will provide protection to all HMO policyholders who currently do not have such coverage. This is an industry-wide solution and requires participation by all like insurers. Any exception would create an unfair competitive advantage for any company that's not included. As I said, this is a NAIC model legislation. It addresses a problem that's really all over the country, and the Guarantee Fund is the mechanism that we use to deal with that in this state. And that's the bill, and I would appreciate your favorable consideration.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the passage of House Bill 1050. The ayes are 155, the nays are 4. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 336.
House Bill 336 by Representative Blackman of the 146th to be entitled an act to amend Article 7, Chapter 3, Title 47 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated, relating to retirement allowances, disability benefits, and spouses benefits. This bill having referred to the Committee on Retirement. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Recognizes Chairman Blackman to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow members, bring before you House Bill 336, which would permit classroom teachers to return to work full-time in subject areas of high need It's intended to help address shortages across our systems in this state. The estimated impact on TRS is zero. There are a number of provisions to ensure as much. There's a sunset 12-month waiting period. It's limited to the 3 highest need areas by RISA, and the full amount has to be contributed back into TRS with no future liability. I be happy to answer any questions. If there are none, I'd ask for favorable consideration. Mr. Speaker?
You have no questions.
Thank you. I yield the well.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of House Bill 336 will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 336. The ayes are 161, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 452.
House Bill 452 by Representative Saints, the 180th to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 11 of Title 19, the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to the enforcement of duty of support. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Sains to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Romans 13:6 says, pay your taxes to they're ministers of God. In that effect, this creates a bank match system that will collect $3 million a year projected by DOR without increasing the taxable authority of that department. Does the same thing in how we collect indigent child support payments. And with that, I understand Representative Beasley Tees to be tired, and I'll yield for questions. I won't yield for questions.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative Cannon rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that someone could be delinquent on their child support for a number of reasons? Perhaps they simply do not have the money, and by allowing for banks to go ahead and automatically work with this, that could hurt some Georgians?
If the lady believes that to be true, I'm sure that that's a sincere belief on her part. What purpose does Representative Sains rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that this bill has nothing to do with child support payment collection? It is related to delinquent taxpayer collection that has already been adjudicated, gives the Department of Revenue no taxable authority that they do not already have, just an efficiency in collection.
As the author of the bill, I'm sure the gentleman knows whereof he speaks. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the passage of House Bill 452. The ayes are 115, the nays are 42. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 994.
House Bill 994 by Representative Reeves of the 34th, being titled an act to revise provisions to advance the enforcement of laws and responses to certain criminal activities. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary Non-Civil, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Reeves to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring you House Bill 994. It is a little update to the Criminal Street Gang Act. I worked with the GBI on this bill. As a lot of you are aware, when GBI Director Vic Reynolds became director of the GBI, pledged to devote more resources than Georgia's ever seen and more effort to crack down on our violent street gangs and try to end these gangs that are plaguing our communities. Part of what he intended to do or intends to do is not just to strengthen how the GBI prosecutes gangs, but also to assist other jurisdictions. Worked with the GBI on this legislation. This is a part of the law I'm familiar with. 4 years ago, I helped rewrite the Criminal Street Gang Act, and this body passed that. This bill refines several issues and pieces of the Gang Act, a lot of which is based on actual cases that we've seen come up in Georgia. What this bill is not, this is very important, the bill started in one fashion and it is presented to you today in a different way than it began. It does not include any provisions about the death penalty or criminal street gang murder being an aggravating factor to be considered for the death penalty. It also does not contain the provisions previously in the bill that would allow the district attorney to be able to bring a juvenile straight into Superior Court for criminal street gang conduct. It also has removed the cross-circuit and county jurisdictional language. The district attorneys didn't care for that language, and decision was made that we wanted their support on this, and so that part of the bill was removed too. And this bill also contains no mandatory minimums that require prison time. Every single thing in this bill that is presented that is new law, sentencing-wise, can be probated. What the bill is it does add serious offenses to the criminal street gang activity list, including human trafficking, aggravated child molestation, and others. This bill requires, this is important, it requires the Department of Juvenile Justice develop gang intervention programs for juveniles who are adjudicated in gang cases. It also rolls over from the RICO Act certain civil injunction options that courts currently have and allows us to apply for gang acts or for gang violations. And it also adds certain offenses to the sex offender registry, including serious sexual crimes committed by gang members as a part of street gang activity. The bill has changed significantly. My understanding is that there is a minority report, and so in light of the hour and in light of the fact that there is a minority report, I'm going to go ahead and yield for that.
Gentleman has yielded the well. We have members that wish to speak. The chair recognizes Representative Bennett to speak to the bill. Waves. Chair recognizes Representative McLaurin to speak to the bill. He waves. Chair recognizes Representative Derek Jackson to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the hour is late. I know you're tired and exhausted. I know you're ready to go home, but we still have some work to do. You know, House Bill 994 sort of takes us back. This body, along with then Governor Deal, was on the right path with our criminal justice reform. In fact, we knew we were on the right path because so many other states started adopting what we were doing in Georgia. But when you think about some of the changes that the chair was talking about, my good friend said they made some adjustments. But if you really go back to 2010, see, since 2010, Georgia anti-gang law is already the harshest gang legislation across the nation. So 994 will just simply grow the government, especially during a time that we can't afford. But what's the real intent of 994? To criminalize public nuisance, like what happens when you're painting graffiti if someone is determined to be a member of a criminal street gang? Or is it simply just to create another public gang registry because that sort of function like sex offender? This drastically increased the number of crimes in which juveniles between the ages of 13 and 17, which would be charged as adults. Longer sentences do not result in increased public safety. It's the same argument that others use with capital punishment. It's just simply a waste of tax dollars. So let's progress. Let's not regress. Let's resume Governor Deal's criminal justice reform and make Georgia what it should be. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
Chair recognizes Representative McLaurin to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been given 60 seconds. Here's the deal. There's a difference between creating categories of new crimes and giving prosecutors resources. What they need is resources to prosecute crimes, and if you ask them what they think about a bill like this, that's what they say. They don't need these new categories. They don't need longer sentences. It sounds tough. The sponsor said that they worked with the GBI on this bill. What he didn't say was, we worked with local DAs, and this came from local DAs, because they don't need this. Local DAs testified this would actually make their job harder. That's real. If I go to lines 181 to 186, they've separated out a crime that used to be an enhancement for maintaining or increasing status in a gang was an enhancement. If you did an act, like a bad act, in order to maintain or increase status, that was one crime. Now it's two. They've split it with two different sentences, maintain or increase. Prosecutors testified that would make their job harder because they'd have to specifically prove that a gang member was trying to only maintain as opposed to increase, or only increase. A gang member doesn't say, well, I'm going to knock over this bank, but I'm only going to do it to maintain status. It'd be kind of crazy to try to increase status. So prosecutors actually expressed concern that this would make it harder to do their jobs. All I'm trying to say is, this is not a bill driven by prosecutorial need. It is a bill that is driven by the need to posture on being tough on gangs. I yield the well. Thank you.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. We have a minority report. By rule, the minority has 20 minutes to deliver their report. The chair recognizes the minority leader, Leader Trammell, for the minority report.
The question that we should ask ourselves with any piece of legislation, but particularly this piece of legislation, is what problem is this trying to solve? You know, gangs are an easy thing to talk about politically. It makes great political television. But what this bill doesn't do is it doesn't give a new tool to prosecutors that they need. During the committee process, we had some testimony on the bill from lawyers who are in court every day prosecuting under the current gang statute. And the reality is that Georgia already has one of the toughest gang laws in the country. And so the question posed to the prosecutors was, how many cases have you been unable to make under the current law against gang members? And you know what the answer is? 0. They're making all the cases they need to make right now under the present law. They don't need a new tool. They didn't ask for a new tool. So all this does is it's an attempt to look tougher. But the consequence of the legislation is, as the Representative McLaurin said, is it allows them to now stack. So they took the statute that you used to be able to charge them, you do a couple of strike-throughs, and instead of charging them with 1 count, you can charge them with 3 counts. But we don't need this law. This law doesn't do anything for the enforcement, but what it does do is it potentially puts people up against more counts. Our time can be better spent in this legislature. We don't need this bill. Mr. Speaker, at this point, I would yield the balance of my time for the minority report to the minority whip, Representative Bodie.
Gentleman has that right. Representative, or the minority caucus whip, Representative Bodie, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I begin my well speech. I want to make it crystal clear that the House Democratic Caucus does not condone gangs, gang activity, or gang violence. With that being said, the Georgia House Democratic Caucus is in complete opposition to HB 994, the Gang Act. The Georgia General Assembly passed this legislation to create a gang statute originally back in 1998. The current Georgia Criminal Street Gang and Terrorism Act is one of the toughest laws in this country. In the Associated Press article from January 27, 2020, the article stated, and I quote, GBI wants to strengthen a state law it already touts as the nation's strongest. Members, I say that we must stay smart on dealing with crime, as we had under the previous administration. When we react to crime with tough on crime legislation, we get the 2 strikes and you outlaw. We get the military boot camps for youth offenders that were found to be ineffective. We get the federal sentencing guidelines that was passed back in the 90s and destroyed a generation by convicting them to hundreds of years in prison for nonviolent drug offenses. So this leads me to the language of HB 994 itself. In that bill, you will see one of the lines state that with the intent to maintain his or her status or position in a straight gang would be a new crime. Also, with the intent to increase his or her status or position in a street gang would be a new crime. What does that intent really mean? What does intent to maintain your status means? What does intent to increase your status means? Well, I really don't know. I really don't know. And also, when this bill, that HB 994, was in committee, 4 duly elected district attorneys testified, 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans, and stated that this law is not even necessary. During the testimony, the Republican DA stated that the 2 new crimes would even make it more difficult to try gang cases. He further stated that the two new crimes could make their jobs a lot more difficult because they would have to then prove the elements of intent to maintain, intent to increase. The duly elected DAs even stated that Georgia's current gang statute was enough. Again, the Georgia Street Gang and Terrorism Act has strong language and is currently in code. Now, members, why are we creating another gang statute when we already have the toughest statute on gangs in the country? Well, I know my Republican colleagues will probably say, well, Minority Whip, what's the remedy? Well, I got 2 suggestions. How about let's give the locals the adequate resources to deal with gangs? Nobody knows how to deal with gangs than the people that deal with them every day. I want to tell the Republicans in this chamber that gangs are not anything new. We have been dealing with gangs and we have been fighting gangs. But it's time to give the DAs the adequate resources. It's time to give the police officers the adequate resources. But it's also time to give the public defenders the adequate resources to defend these cases. So that brings me to my second point and my second suggestion. Why not provide the community with the resources that we can attack social, economic disadvantages? When you have a child that goes to school and they're hungry, when you have a child that goes to school and they have dirty clothes, they are more influenced by the gangs. We have had legislation presented this session that dealt with getting the kids before they even get into gangs. And that's the best way to combat gangs. We have to show the kids that it's another way. We have to provide wraparound services. We have to provide mentor programs. We have to make sure that our kids have the tools to be able to move forward in their lives. I'm proud to say I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, born and raised. I was born in Grady Memorial Hospital right around the corner. I went to Banneker High School. And in my 10th grade year, we had a lot of gang crime, a lot of shootings. But we had a great principal that came in to turn our school around. We had the school board to provide resources where we actually put a little bit of paint on the wall. We upgraded the lockers, and they even gave us a stadium. And that principal held us accountable, and the gang violence started to go away. And we saw a new day. Another reason that I feel that I'm here today is because this General Assembly provided me with the opportunity to go to college. I received a needs-based Hope Scholarship to Valdosta State University. And I was very proud of that. And I didn't know I was going to get the scholarship. But one day my guidance counselor called me into the guidance counselor's office. And she said, "William Bodie, you're going to be able to go to college and you don't have to worry about paying for it. So I ask you, me as being a young black man, born right here in Atlanta, to be able to sit in that seat as the number 2 ranking Democrat, because I was given an opportunity, I was given a lane, and that's what we have to do. Let's not just be tough on crime and not be smart on crime. Let's give back, and let's not eradicate 8 years of criminal justice reform where this state was a national model. Other states and even the federal government has emulated the criminal justice reform of the prior administration. So I ask you to vote no to this bill because Georgia already has the toughest gang statute in the United States of America. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Chair recognizes for the chairman's time, Chairman F. Strachan.
Mr. Speaker, I'll yield the balance of the chairman's time to Representative Reeves.
Gentleman has that right. Representative Reeves is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. To address a couple of quick issues, the graffiti that was brought up, that's actually current law. I know it's confusing if you look at the bill because there's a whole section on page 5 where everything is underlined, but it's because it's restating the entire list that's on the previous page. The new offenses that are here are in lines 132, 135, and 158. So some of the things that were referenced is actually current law. The district attorneys, their main objection to the bill were the things that were removed from a bill, including the jurisdiction issue, the juvenile issue, and the death penalty issue. That was the crux of their objection. Those issues were all addressed. I want to talk about the minority report real quick. Minority report, it says right here that one of the things that this bill captures non-serious conduct. Well, let's talk about the conduct that the bill brings in to the Criminal Street Gang Act. Line 132, human trafficking. Human trafficking. Line 135 through 138, child molestation, aggravated child molestation, enticing a child for indecent purposes. Line 158, felony obstruction. This is the new offenses that it brings in, but apparently we're characterizing these as non-serious conduct. It also says that we're not implementing, it says in the minority report, we're not implementing strategies to address the root causes. That is just not true. This bill incorporates, it mandates that the Department of Juvenile Justice develop gang intervention and prevention programs for our juveniles. So it's simply not true. This is find a reason to vote against this bill. Members of this body, I was here for just about every bit of Governor Deal's criminal justice reform. And let me say, we have heard this so many times in the last 2 years. And I was here for just about every single bit of that. I voted for every single bit of it, and I am proud of everything. We changed the game with nonviolent crime. But I challenge you to go look back and tell me where in criminal justice reform we offered the grace and mercy and protection to violent crime that we offered to nonviolent crime. There is a big difference, and we cannot put our heads in the sand on violent criminal street gangs. They are tearing apart our communities. There are communities that live in fear. These are sophisticated gangs, and we have to constantly address our statutes and our ability to combat them. And these communities are living in fear. And so I ask you to vote with me to give some tools to our prosecutors at GBI so they continue to fight criminal street gangs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. We've had a good, thorough debate on this. The hour is late, and we've got a couple of more measures we need to get to, so we're not going to take parliamentary inquiries. All those in favor of the bill are voting aye. Those opposed are voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the passage of House Bill 994. The ayes are 93, the nays are 65. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. What purpose does Representative Cannon rise? She waves. All right. Chair recognizes Chairman Sam Watson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to HB 105 as amended by the House.
Chairman Watson has moved that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 105 as amended by the House. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 105 by Representative Watson and others, to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the Fiscal Code of Georgia annotated relating to the imposition rate computation and exemptions from state income tax.
Chair recognizes Chairman Watson to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to be brief. This piece of legislation is important to rural Georgia, and it's important to urban Georgia. And what we're doing here, the original piece of legislation passed out of this body almost unanimously last year. It is providing a income tax exemption for the farmers in Southwest Georgia that have been impacted by Hurricane Michael. That if you remember, on February 27th, there was $347 million in block grant funds that will be coming down from the federal government, and we're just trying to provide a little extra assistance to them. They've been waiting almost 2 years for those funds, and so that's what we're doing in the first part of this bill. The second part of this bill is what's good for urban Georgia, and that's the 50-cent excise tax that we're putting on Uber and Lyft and our ride share individuals that operate across the state. And currently they're not paying any tax, and so April 1 you will have to start paying tax, and so this is a good bill to save money for Georgians, and I just would appreciate your support, and I'll take any questions.
You have a question if you care to yield.
Yes, sir, I'll yield.
Chair recognizes Chairman Tanner to your right for a question.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir, I will.
Just to clarify, so effective April 1st with the passage of Marketplace Facilitator in Fulton County, for instance, there will be a 9% sales tax placed on ride shares that's currently not paid by ride share companies. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So with the passage of this legislation, that will replace sales tax with a flat 50-cent fee. And isn't it also true that Uber, Lyft, and the other rideshare companies are in support of this legislation?
Yes, sir, they are. And if we do not pass this, Georgia will be the second highest taxing state in that category.
Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker, I'll yield for another one if you have any.
They're waving off, so
all right. I'll yield the well. And
he has yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 105 as amended by this House. All those in favor will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 150, the nays are 7. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 105 as amended by the House. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1092.
House Bill 1092 by Representative Powell of the 32nd, be entitled an act to amend Code Section 43, 34, 25 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating the delegation of certain medical acts to advanced practiced registered nurse. This bill then referred to the Committee on Regulated Industries. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Powell to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen of the House. This is a real quick bill. This does just a couple of things. It allows physicians who are using advanced practical licensed nurses, it allows these nurses to do radiological orders. Currently, they can do them in non-life-threatening situations. This would allow them to do these radiological imaging tests under the protocol of that doctor. A lot of the folks that talk to me about this, and it's somehow this thing has been turned upside down for years, tells me what's wrong with the medical profession. These doctors have got complete control over these advanced practical nurses, and if he doesn't want them to do certain things, it's in the protocol. Quite frankly, it's a good bill, and they can do up to 6 or handle up to 6 nurses. Be glad to answer a question, but the Speaker says we're running out of time.
Gentleman had questions, but he yields the will. Chair recognizes the Chairman of the House Ethics Commission, Chairman Nix, to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Real quickly, do y'all know what the most trusted profession in this country is? Nurses, for 19 years in a row. This legislation's been bottled up for years because there's a high-dollar lobby, a couple of them, who did not want you to have a chance to vote on it, and there's several people that are in strategic positions that did not want you to vote on it because it's protecting turf. 49 other states allow this. Georgia is the only state that does not allow these advanced practice nurses to do this. Make no mistake about it, they operate under a physician. It is a team sport. The physician is the quarterback, and they operate under them. They do not do this on their own. Let's be serious about expanding health care in rural Georgia. Let's maximize our resources out there, and let's make a common sense decision. If you vote against this, you're telling our advanced practice nurses that they are inferior to the other nurses in the 49 states around this in this country. So let's vote yes and let them know we appreciate them and that we're not going to let just some small group control health care in this state. I yield the will.
Gentleman has yielded the will. Chair recognizes Representative Clark to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. Colleagues, I come here to speak in favor of House Bill 1092. As an instructor at a school of nursing that knows firsthand the level of rigor and training that advanced practice nurses must go through before practicing as a nurse practitioner, this bill gives doctors the ability to allow advanced practice nurses to order radiographic imaging. It does not force the hand of doctors and instead empowers them to deliver a better patient experience by cutting down on wait times for patients. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the will.
Lady has yielded the will. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. What purpose does Hatchett rise?
Parliamentary
State your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it true that there are no patients in this state that are not receiving these images that they need to receive as we practice currently?
Well, I know the gentleman has spent a lot of time working on this issue, so I'm sure he believes that he speaks. Let there be a mic. What purpose does Chairman Cooper rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that over the years, when many of the APRNs across this country were granted permission to order these tests, that the test was much simpler? They were things like you could order for a broken arm or a basic MRI. But as technology has advanced in this country, the tests have become so complicated for MRIs and CT scans that even physicians are calling the radiologist to discuss with them which, technically correct procedure that they should order. And there is also, this allows them to order these for children, and there is a big move in this country that these tests should not be ordered for anybody under the age of 18.
I know the lady to be very, very knowledgeable in the field and knows that about which she speaks. All right, we'll do one more parliamentary inquiry, and then we have one more bill to do. Chair recognizes the Dean of the House, Chairman Smythe. He waves. Chair recognizes Chairman Nix he waves. Chair recognizes Representative Cannon.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that delays in patient care are happening to postpartum moms during our maternal mortality crisis, and this bill will help?
If the lady so states, I'm sure she believes that to be true. All right, we're all in favor of the bill. We're voting aye. Those opposed are voting no. Have all members voted? All members voted. The chair, if so, the clerk will lock the machines on the passage of House Bill 1092. The ayes are 114. The nays are 38. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Given the microphone snafu, we're going to get to the final bill of the evening. Chair recognizes, or clerk will read the caption to House Bill 479.
House Bill 479 by Representative Clark of the 147th, being entitled an act to provide greater protections for individuals who have suffered from childhood sexual abuse and to amend Code Section 9333.1 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated. This bill had been referred to the Committee on Judiciary. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Heath Clark to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and because the hour is very late, I will be very quick. I do want to thank a few people. Representative Anulowicz, Representative Mary Margaret Oliver, Representative Matt Wilson, Representative Burt Reeves, and Chairman Barry Fleming for all their hard work on helping get this bill here. This bill does three things. Three things to stand up and give a voice to the victims of child sexual abuse. The first thing it does is for the victims whose trauma was so severe that the memory was suppressed, or later in life, a physician can connect a mental illness or drug abuse or some kind of injury to their childhood trauma. It expands the window from 2 years to 4 years for them to bring charges after the discovery. The second thing is that after July 1st of 2020, it will raise the statute of limitations for a civil action for victims to the victim's age of 38. And the final thing that's had the most discussion is it opens a 1-year window for victims whose statute of limitations has expired to be revived, to file an action against a person who committed the act or an entity, public or private entity, that had a duty of care and they had a volunteer or an employee commit an act of sexual abuse against a child, and the entity had knowledge that it happened, and upon learning of the action, the organization, knowing that it happened, intentionally allowed it to continue, or they worked to actively and intentionally conceal the cover-up or withhold the information. And the important thing here is this is after these entities were mandatory reporters. So not only did the organization intentionally work to cover up the acts of abuse that were in their organization, they were breaking state law by not reporting it. And Mr. Speaker, that is the bill, and I will yield for any questions.
You have a question if you care to yield.
I will yield for one question.
Chair recognizes Representative Holly for a question. He waives.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I will yield the well and ask for your favorable consideration.
Chair recognizes Representative Anulowicz to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Representative Clark said, we've got three things. There are three things that we have come to accept and agree on in recent years. We accept and agree that this abuse happened to children in our state. We accept and agree that this abuse was covered up systematically by organizations in this state. And we accept and agree that this childhood sexual abuse has lasting, lifelong, generational effects. Where we've struggled is to come up with a fair and just remedy for these adults who were abused in children. We can recognize the way that these groups have made critical and necessary changes. Y'all, I was a Catholic school mom for 12 years. I'm a Girl Scout leader. I've been on Boy Scout campouts. I've volunteered at Vacation Bible School at my Catholic church. I have done 4 different mandated reporter trainings over the year. I will be the first person to tell you that these groups have made changes, but it is irrefutable that this abuse happened. It is irrefutable that it was covered up, and it is irrefutable that we need to help these adults who were abused as children find justice, and this bill will help us do this. I yield the well.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 479. The ayes are 147, the nays are 5. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. In just a moment, we are going to have a motion from the majority leader. We announced earlier today that tomorrow will be session day 29. But Chair will be here to make assignments of bills to committees, and we'll do first and second readers. That's the only item of business that we will take up. So I'm encouraging all of you that choose to. I'm just encouraging you. Go home. Go home and be with your families. We've got some challenging days ahead as a state, as a country. May God be with us. Chair recognizes the majority leader of the House for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your leadership. Mr. Speaker, I move that this House stand adjourned until 11 a.m. Friday, March 13th, 2020.
The majority leader has moved that this House be adjourned until Friday, March 13 at 11 a.m. All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. This House will be adjourned until Friday, March 13 at 11 a.m.
Where's the coming in? So I couldn't get you convinced. You came close.